God, we thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for your kindness, your love. God, we just pray that you'd be with us tonight. And God, thank you for all these folks that are here and for the children and for their dedication to learning. We just pray, God, that you continue to bless us, help us to make decisions that put a smile upon your face. And God, we'll give you the praise and glory for it all. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Herring. I'd like to call this May 10th, 2021 Columbus County Board of Education meeting to order. You have seen the final agenda. Do I have a motion that we accept the agenda for the night?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let it known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You have read the minutes for the last meetings, April 12th and April 28th. Do I have a motion that we accept the minutes for the last meetings?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long,
Second.
second by Mr. Herring. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let it known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. Recognition of guests, Dr. Meadows.
We have several guests here tonight, and we will recognize them as part of the special presentations because we have a lot of students and staff that are here to be recognized for different awards and programs that they've been involved in. So we will do that. Gibbs.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to go back to the minutes for April 28th. I forgot to bring this up. It's got me on there twice and does not have Mr. Coleman.
Can that just be a correction? Any other? Okay, special presentation and recognition.
Okay. So we have several recognitions to do tonight, and Dr. Williams is going to pass out certificates when I call out their names. Our first recognition is for one of our teachers, Miss Angela Tyler. She is from Old Dock Elementary. So if she'll come forward for us, please. Ms. Tyler has won a $15,000 grant. Wow. It is with the North Carolina Schools Go Outside grant, and it's from the Outdoor Heritage Advisory Council. She submitted for the grant. Ms. Tyler is known for applying for grants and receiving grants, and we appreciate her taking the time to put out a grant application. And Ms. Tyler, what is the main purpose of what your project is?
We're going to have an outdoor wildlife viewing area that's going to be covered, along with we're going to have some raised beds to plant butterfly and bird flowers, and we're also going to raise vegetables, and it's going to be the whole kindergarten through 4th grade is going to be participating.
That's great. That's great. So we appreciate you taking the time to apply, and we look forward to seeing it.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, the next set of awards are for the A.R. Amons Poetry Contest. Okay. And I'd like to first recognize Miss Pat Ray and Margot Wright. They are over here. They're the ones that oversee the poetry contest and work with Kelly Jones as they receive, 600 or so poems that that had to be judged and that we had as students participate in this. So we're going to, as we call a student's name, what I'd like to do is if the student will come forward to get their certificate, and if the parent is here, if you will stand up as well so that you can be recognized, because it takes the parents' participation and involvement for our students to be able to be expert poetry writers. So our first is the Division I, and we have our honorable mention students. They are Phoenix Bush from Williams Township. She wrote Spring. Phoenix, do you want to come forward? Yeah, and there is Phoenix's mom, her parent back there. Dr. Williams is going to give you your certificate. Alana Nichols. She's from Old Dock, and she wrote Oscar. Is Alana here? And if Alana's parents will stand for us. Thank you for being here. Jackson Worley also was an honorable mention from Williams Township, and his was Winter. And I have a couple other honorable mentions, but I don't have them marked as being here, but I want to make sure. We have Arlie Cruz from Old Dock wrote Butterflies. If you're here, come forward. All right, how about Bryson Lewis from Old Dock? Oh, there he is. He wrote, his was Birthday Celebration. And we have an Emma Turner from Williams Township who wrote Winter. Is Emma here? Yeah. All right, still in Division 1. Our third place winner was Nathan Ward from Old Dock, and he wrote The Mountains. And our second place is Brentley Smith from Old Dock, wrote Christmas. And our first place in Division 1 was Briley Graham from Old Dock, Chinese food is the best. Mr. Jones, are you going to get a picture of those students first, or? Oh, okay. What a good-looking group of students. I think so.
This way. Okay, guys, look this way.
Excellent job. Let's give them a hand. Thank you. All right, our Division 2 honorable mention are Grady Kennedy from Old Dock with My Favorite Thing to Do. Is Grady here? No? All right, how about Akia King from Chadburn Elementary, wrote The Sky. And if your parents will stand up so we can recognize it. Thank you, ma'am. And we have Otis Martin from Evergreen Elementary, wrote Fall. And Olivia McGee from Old Dock Elementary wrote Nature's Wonders. And Noah Toon from Chadburn Elementary wrote Anonymous Search. Noah? So our third place in Division 2 is Heaven Underwood from Chadburn Elementary, wrote Missing You Daily. Isabella Rivera from Old Dock is second place and wrote A Picnic Under an Oakwood Tree. And our first place in Division 2 is Kenzie Martin from Evergreen, wrote Seasons.
All right, guys, look this way. Get a little bit closer, just a little bit. That's good. Smile.
Congratulations, excellent job. All right, Division 3, honorable mention is Bailey Brentson with from Williams Township, softball. Ann Bailey also wrote My Papa and earned third place from Williams Township. Harmony Coburn from Evergreen wrote Inside and Out. Briley Connor from Williams Township wrote My Life Song. Molly Mears from Williams Township wrote Stargazing. And Samuel Mears from Williams Township wrote Save the Rainforest. Those are our honorable mention. All right, second place in Division 3 is Isabel Edwards from Williams Township, wrote Soggy Dirt Road. And Ella Jones is first place from Williams Township, wrote A Letter to COVID-19. Thank you, ladies. Excellent job. In our Division 4, our high school group, we have several honorable mentions. Tiara Brady from West Columbus, Be Together Again. Madison Carter, also from West Columbus, actually had two poems, In My Mind and Time. All right, and Jalen Franklin from West Columbus also had two. Her poems were Cats or Dogs and What is Life? We have Spencer Goins from South Columbus, a welder. Haley Gore from Columbus Career and College Academy wrote Mother Earth. Bethany Lupo from South Columbus wrote Basketball.
Bethany is playing tennis out back.
Okay.
She came in, but you took too long.
I took too long. I'm sorry. Kinley Nance from West Columbus, Dear Summer. Mayra Mancio Noyola, South Columbus, Love. Sorry if I mispronounced it. Alexandra Sumner from South Columbus, A Star's View. And we have two second place winners. Alexandra Sumner wrote Remember, and Anthony Brown from East Columbus wrote A Look at Computers. Either of them here? And we had 2 first-place winners. Xander Holden from South Columbus wrote The Cycle. And Taquan Shaw from West Columbus wrote SMH. Congratulations and thank you. Excellent job. Oh, yeah, you can.
I'd like to thank everybody, especially the committee, for providing this great opportunity. A lot of you don't realize one of the most important poets of the 20th century is from Columbus County. We're so proud to carry this heritage in our image, carry it along with the poetry contest. I'd also like to thank Celine Hewitt. Do we have any other teachers here? Thank you so much, guys.
getting
for,
there.
Working with the students because we know you're working along. And the high school students got an opportunity to work with the North Carolina Poet Laureate last week, and they did a great job. She was very impressive. Thank you so much.
And I also want to recognize if there are any principals that are here, thank you for supporting the program and the contest as well. I know that you have to advertise it and get students. All right, we have one other recognition that we want to do, which is, I was really hoping they'd wait because it's pretty cool. So the next recognition we have is that we have 2 students. Yeah, you got another one, John. Sorry. So, if I could ask everybody to have a seat, please, until we finish the presentations. Appreciate that. We have 2 more. We have 2 students who actually published their own novel. Taylor Duncan and Haley Long are here. They're 7th graders at Williams Township, and they actually wrote their own novel and had it published. The novel is Shadows into Light. If they will come forward, Taylor and Haley. No. And I think Taylor you have a copy of your book, don't you? Yeah, I went online to see how you could purchase one, so I'm going to purchase one so I can get them to sign it for me, autograph it. But I think that is just fabulous that they were able to publish their own novel. I mean, that is impressive to me.
Oh, yeah, we got that.
All right, guys, look this way first. Yep.
They presented us a copy, but we've got to have
Oh,
it signed.
yeah, we've got to have signatures on
Yeah, we
it,
got-
autographs.
And I've said this before about these young ladies, but I've never seen a bigger accomplishment for middle school kids, ever. I'm very proud of what they've done.
Which one of you is going to give us a brief synopsis of what your novel is about?
Tell them they gotta buy the book.
You gotta buy the book.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And great
Thank you,
job.
girls, so much.
And thank you, Kelly Jones, for your support with those students, all those students. Mhm. All right.
Okay, curriculum and instruction and accountability.
All right, so our first topic is the summer learning plans. We were required by House Bill 82 to prepare a summer learning plan, and we had to submit it to the state board, or to actually DPI, not the state board, to DPI before the 30 days before our last day of the school year. So it had to be submitted on April 28th. Is when we submitted it, but we can adjust it if need be, if the board feels like there's something we need to adjust. Basically what the plans are to provide summer sessions for students who are at risk. We will open it up to other students if we have space. We will include in the K-8 portion in particular, the students will have enrichment activities to do. Hopefully that will encourage people to attend. Encourage students to come back to school and enjoy what they're doing besides doing reading, math, and science. We were required by the legislation to provide a bonus to teachers who were National Board certified or had received performance bonuses previously. We decided that we felt that a signing bonus needed to be paid to any teacher who participated, but made the one for National Board and performance bonuses a little bit more than for every other teacher. We didn't have a lot at first who were willing to come back and do summer school because this has been a very difficult year. But I think with the compensation plan that you see in there, that we've had quite a few that have indicated an interest of coming and teaching summer school. We will do it, basically K-8 will start on June 8th. That's the first day that we don't have any work days, and we'll run through July 15th, I think it is.
It is.
And then, and it will basically be 4 days. The first 2 weeks, we will have it on Friday, but then after that, we won't have Fridays, and it will be 8 to 3. The high school plan is that we will do credit recovery and EOC instruction plus testing for high school students in the month of June, going 4 days a week, just half a day. And then we have 2 weeks in August that all of our students will come to school. And those 2 weeks, and all staff will come for high school only. And that is to basically do pre-work, work that to prepare them for the classes that they're getting ready to go into.
That would be for your high school only?
High school only. And so that summer school is because our thought is that they've probably missed some things from the prerequisite classes, and trying to do some pre-work just to prepare them for the classes that they will be in for the fall semester. And then the second semester will be a little longer already because of that adjustment, and so they will do some pre-work at the beginning of that semester as well. The compensation plan is a little different because for K-8 and high school, because of that difference, that all staff will come for those 2 weeks. So there really wasn't a signing bonus kind of thing because everybody was coming. And then in the June time period, will be just a few teachers coming and doing the credit recovery and the EOC courses. There will be a little bit of enrichment happening with high school, trying to re-engage some kids, but not as much as what will happen in the K-8. So I would ask the board to approve. I recommend that the board approve the summer learning plans that have been presented.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we accept the summer learning plans for K-8 and high school during the summer for 2021. What's the pleasure of the board? Moved by Mr. Coleman. Second by Mr. Long. Any discussion?
One quick question. I see all the pay on here. One thing I would ask, or our 12-month employees that are there, our principals, our bookkeepers, those folks. There's a big difference in being there during the summer with no one in the school and being there with students, as many students as we're going to have.
Right.
Has there been any thought to?
We discussed it, and this is the difficulty that we're having, is that where do you draw the line? Because the people who are in transportation will have a lot of extra work to do. The people in finance will have extra work because of changes in the payroll kind of situation. The exceptional children people, staff will have a change because they're going to have kids coming in that they're going to have to deal with. So where do you draw the line on the 12-month employees that receive a bonus and those who don't? Or do you just give one to every 12-month employee? And some schools will have large numbers of kids. Some schools will have very few numbers of kids. So we couldn't really figure out how do you do it in a fair way that would allow people to receive something and not be, that somebody over here gets a bonus and they don't have, but 10 kids coming to their school. I mean, the high schools are going to have credit recovery and some EOC courses.
Right. I understand. I mean, we've got COVID relief money. I would almost say, what would it cost us to do it for every 12-month employee?
We can work up a cost to it. One of the things, so we're going to talk about the pay plans and supplements and all of that when we move farther down. And so I don't want us to, I want us to be careful about, and this is what I said to the principals when they asked this question in our meeting. I said, I want us to really think about when we spend the ESSER money, that we have this COVID money, but it only gets spent once. So is that really where we want to spend the money or not? It can go either way, but I just want us to know that when we spend it, we've spent it. So is that what you really want to spend it on? And they kind of stopped the conversation at that point. And I've had one principal since that has said anything to me, and it's only been one. Okay. The rest of them have not said anything else after we talked about what we were trying to do with supplements, what we were trying to do with pay tables. They kind of left it alone at that point. But we can try to figure something out. We did the $600 bonus for everybody, and trying to do stuff for our employees. And we could add something for 12-month employees. I don't want us to disregard people who don't work in schools who are going to have, I think about the person who's doing transportation, the TIM person that's having to do all the routes and is having to do all the new routes for summer school and then still get her routes ready for next school year.
I don't disagree. I mean, I was just, it's worth a look.
Yeah. So we can come up with some proposals, and we can do it in the June meeting because that'll be
fine.
Okay.
One thing I like to say, and I was in a state board of directors meeting on Friday, and there were so many systems that had no idea about what they were going to do for summer school. They were talking about it. Everybody give us ideas, and I had looked at ours and kind of mentioned it, kind of what we're doing, and I'm so impressed with what we've done. I just think that we've stayed ahead of the game. We've done a good job, and your team has done a good job, and I think we're well ahead, I think, of a lot of places in our state.
Well, in the K-8 summer school, the lead teachers or the instructional coaches, they have already created lessons for teachers to use. They are working on the enrichment activities, so we're not expecting for the teachers to go out and find enrichment activities. We're creating those at the district level to make sure that there are things for them to do for enrichment. So it's, we're trying to put it in place so it's not a whole lot of extra that teachers are having to do outside of coming in and teaching that during that day.
And that breaks down all of the confusion too. They can come in and spend the entire time on instruction. They don't have to get ready.
Yeah.
They come in and instruct, and it benefits the child a whole lot more.
That's right.
We keep it moving. So that's
Yeah.
Any other discussion? No other discussion? All in favor of the said motion, let it know by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion by Mr. Herring, second by Mr. Strickland. Any opposed? No opposed, all, motion passes.
Okay.
I got it. Everything behind me, in front of me, and everything else, yeah.
All right, the next item is our virtual school guidelines. So we're not sure where exactly this is going to go, and I'm going to let Kelly speak to it in just a moment because he's worked with a committee on building these virtual school guidelines. But there are a couple of bills that are out there that have not been passed yet. One is Senate Bill 654 that just had edits or amendments to it the end of last week. I think we learned of them on Friday. And that would allow us to have virtual education happen. You will see as Kelly talks about this, it is a narrow focus of who would be involved in this virtual education. The purpose of it is for students who have been successful and are successful in that learning environment. But there are two other bills. There's a House Bill 644 that limits for school districts to have virtual school unless they have a separate school number, a separate principal, and that it can only be up to 10% of your student population, and you had to submit for a school number by May 1st. So we've never really wanted to go in that direction in any of our conversations, but what concerned me the most was House Bill 729, which allows a charter school to have a virtual program, not have a separate number, allow virtual education to happen however it wants to happen. And so that concerns me in that if we don't provide virtual in some way, and charter schools can, then we may lose some students, and obviously we can't afford that. So Kelly worked with a committee on writing these guidelines, and I'll let him speak to some high points of the guidelines.
Just want to hit some of the high points because I think everyone on the committee and everyone we spoke to said we want to make sure if a student is virtual that they're prepared to be successful. So some of the things that we put in place as far as requirements go is they have to have reliable internet service. They have to have an adult at home if they're in K-5. They must have made a 70 during this year. They must have met attendance requirements for this year. And then the thing I think which makes the most sense to me is we put a principal recommendation in place as well. So that's like a fire stop. If these things, if they met the bare minimum, if a principal thinks that they would not be successful, they can not give the recommendation at that point. They can't appeal. There is an appeal process. But we put a lot of stop measures in place to say if they haven't done this, we think they won't be successful in the virtual environment full time. Some of the other things, they have to do synchronous activities. In this past year and a half, we've been limited with those requirements based on legislation and guidance, but they will have to do synchronous classes, which would preclude them working in the high school level, for example. So those are some of the highlights. If you have any questions, we can definitely go forward.
And we also indicated that if they were in the virtual, they were being virtual, they would not be able to play athletics or participate in extracurricular activities.
Correct. Now, if let's just say if a child goes virtual and for 3 months, 2 months they're in virtual, come November, December, they say, hey, this is just not working out for us as a parent.
Yep.
Can they?
Right. Currently, the only time they can move at all is if they're virtual and they want to come back to in person at the semester break or at the 18-week break.
Right.
So they can't go the other way. Once they start school, they're in school, they can't go virtual. That's as the guidelines are written.
And you said they would not be able to participate in sports?
In
what about all extracurricular activities?
Right, not things like National Honor Society. They'd be able to participate in that, or things that are academic. Yes, but extracurricular. Well, they would still be able to do that. Yeah. Things that are like athletics and
anything after school like band or anything that occurs like that. They
Now
would
tell me this,
precluded
Kelly, as
from.
we looked at that,
field trips.
as we looked at that, I know from talking over the state with some of these board of directors in their virtual look, that they're allowing theirs to do extracurricular activities. Probably way more than half. And I'm saying, is that something we can do?
I mean,
are we going to be able to say, you can't do this? as a system? Because they said that they were told that they couldn't do that.
Well, let me say this. It sounds to me like we're offering this so we don't lose them. We know who passed this year, and we know who did not. So the ones that did not don't have a choice.
That's right.
From what I hear from Kelly now, just observing, I think we got to be careful about what we cannot and can do, or you may lose them to the charter school. If you want them to have numbers, you better allow them to have a few of these things. You know, if tell them they got to have the internet, and I know they have, but if we want to keep that money in our pocket, we may have to help them just a little bit. If they are wanting to do that, but you know, if you don't want to have virtual, I just think we'll say no virtual, move on. But all these things that you just said, it makes me sound like we don't want them.
So I think, for most students, it's not the best way. For most students, it's not the best way for them to learn.
It's going to be a unique situation for one of our children to want to go virtual to start with.
Right.
You know?
Right, and except for we do have a few cases, unfortunately, where we have students who have been virtual and the children have not attended school, we can't even communicate with them. And I don't want, unfortunately, I don't want somebody making a bad decision for their child when they need to be in school.
Well, we have a history of that. We can say, look, here, we had them last year. They didn't do their job. They're already a year behind.
Right.
But now, you know, I'm like Worley, if you, I just think you got to be careful with it. I don't think you have a big problem with it anyway, but you're going to have maybe 4%, 5% that wants to do it. If you want to keep them, if you don't, they're going to go to the virtual charter or wherever.
Well, and that's why we bring it to you, so that you can share with us what your thoughts are. If you think that we need to provide hotspots to them, we can change that aspect. The difficulty with that is if they don't have internet and we provide them a hotspot, sometimes they can't get enough connection to be able to do, you know, to be synchronous. And so the reason that we said you needed internet was just so that they would be able to get their education if there are some places that the hotspot just is not a viable option.
I think that most of the students, 90%, 99% of your athletes are going to want to be on campus. I don't think we'll have an issue with that. Most of the students that were virtual, that does not have access to internet, we're going to have them in school because they did not pass and they did not do well. I think that most of the kids that are going to take advantage of this are your kids that have the internet, that have a parent at home, and that are focusing in on that. And I think that will help keep more kids than anything else, giving some of the kids the opportunity to be at home in a controlled environment to where they don't have all the other distractions. From everything that I've heard and talked with people, you know, 90% are going to want to be in school. All of your athletes are going to want to be in school, and if they had any problems with the internet, they probably didn't do too well in virtual anyway.
Right.
So I don't think you're going to have much issue.
And we can word the internet part that says that give it a certain level, that either with a hotspot that we provide or with their own internet, they have this amount of, you know, this access.
There are places on the eastern end and the extreme western end that even 3 hotspots.
Oh, Prosper, I don't care what you do in Prosper. You ain't getting nothing out there, son.
So I think it is important to make those type of distinctions, because in that case, I don't think the child should have a choice. But you're faced with a balancing act here of ADM and can the kid be successful? And that's a judgment call, and that's why we brought it here.
And I'll tell you, the kids being successful is the #1 goal. I don't care what ADM is. If we've got 10 million students and half of them are unsuccessful, that's not good.
Right.
But if we've got 5 students and all of them successful, that's what we have to, you know.
Right.
I mean,
Kelly, what was the reasoning behind extracurricular activities could not go? Because those are successful kids who work real hard. And for example, the MVP of the state championship this past week at Salisbury High School is a baseball player and football player who has been virtual all year, and he's a junior, ain't gonna be virtual again next year because of going to the community college. And they did not, they okayed, he could do that, he could do those things. And I'm just saying, most of these kids that are gonna be virtual, like Randy said, are successful kids. I'm just saying, it might not be but one.
Right.
But that one could have reasonings behind it. And I'm just saying, what was our reasoning for saying they can't be?
But we actually never considered allowing them to play athletics. That was never a point of discussion because no one thought that should be.
No one being who?
No one on the committee thought that they should be able to play, simply because, now, we had one or two coaches, I can't remember, it was a pretty big committee, but the thought was, and I think this is true of the academic extracurriculars too, in terms of everything, is that when a kid's not in the building, the adults don't know them as well, they don't have the type of connection, and there's more of a chance for there to be things, difficulties when you get to athletics, or difficulties when you get to that extracurricular activity. But now, I'll say this, I think you make a good case. There certainly is, I think, positives on both sides. I think where we do get into trouble is when they're playing athletics and they're not fulfilling, the academic requirements, and
They're not going to be eligible for athletics,
right.
though.
That was a little different this year, especially with some of the attendance and some of the kind of the
Right.
wide open things we had in terms of what we had to allow. And so I think we'll be able to get the attendance piece especially under control.
I think most coaches wants their kids in the building. I think your coaches are going to encourage their students to be in the building so that they can take weightlifting.
That was the
So that they don't have transportation issues.
I think that's not going to be an issue whether the coach wants them or not. But I'm just saying, like that young man at Salisbury High School who is going to be a senior next year and going to be going to this community college and can't take but so many hours to stay eligible in high school. But that's what he's going to keep doing.
Could we approve case by case on stuff like that?
No,
I wouldn't.
You better not. You better, because
I'd either do it or not do it.
Start it on
Discrimination
it
or
wouldn't-
something
well,
like that.
it would be perceived as that.
Yeah.
You don't want to take that on. You just, you want to either yay or nay. That's just my opinion. Now, we did have a lot of students who were ineligible this spring. A lot. Especially in our middle schools. And to be honest with you, that was the reason for some of our middle schools not being able to field some teams. We had a lot of kids ineligible for academics, and I'm afraid we're going to have a lot this fall ineligible. The reason this discussion came up in previous meetings about the virtual students not being allowed to play, but we allowed them to play, but one of the things were, circumstances have changed. Back then it was, well, it's still there, but COVID, if a parent is keeping their child out for COVID, why would they want them to be, tackling and body-to-body sweat contact and all of that? Yeah. But now things have changed a little bit. Now I think the virtual environment's here to stay, and it's just if we want them to start.
Tell me this, John. Okay. Do we have any idea how many of our kids that were totally virtual this year participated in extracurricular activities? I know some of them did.
I don't know. I bet you. I guarantee it's right around 25%.
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
And
we had large numbers.
The only thing that bothers me is we're talking about the successful student. We're not talking about this. We're going to be in school.
And we want them. That's the thing. We want them. We want them in the brick and mortar setting.
Right.
Without a doubt, we want them here. But more than that, as much as that, we want to keep them on our roll too, for obvious reasons.
Right.
And so I mean that's.
Well, we're boxing ourselves into we're putting ourselves into a box with three sides on it by going as stringent as we are. We've only got one way out.
And they can go anywhere they want to. If they don't come here, they want to go virtual, they go somewhere else. So, but we want them here.
I feel like obviously we've got to offer the virtual. I feel that way.
Which the legislature may fix where we can.
Right. That's right.
I'd be fine with me.
So
What
is the
they
board
do-
wanting is the board wanting us to, one, change that we will provide hotspots as long as they can get a level of internet service that, I think you had in here 5 megabytes up and down? So as long as they can get that, we will provide a hotspot, and that students can participate in athletics and extracurricular?
What was the reasoning, Kelly? I mean, were they thinking that they would be a problem?
No, I can
I
tell
want to
you-
know, you know, if
I
that
can-
committee felt that way.
Yeah, I can tell you the reasoning behind all of it is that we felt like this would be kind of the exception, that there would be a few kids doing this because they were really focused on their academics and getting done, getting out of school, however they needed to do it, but that those kids that wanted to do athletics would be on campus because that's where they need to be and that's where they want to be. So, I mean, the thought is that this is going to be relatively small amount, actually a very small amount. We were talking between 3 and 5% if we were to estimate the demand. So.
Of our total, of our total.
Right, total. But I think what you have to do is look at this year and what has soured a lot of coaches and teachers and just adults in general is you had a lot of kids that were doing a lot of extracurriculars and weren't doing a lot in school for various reasons. And I think, and this is stringent, it is. But I think according to the adults, you know, the people I've talked to, the coaches, even some parents, the concern is if we're able to have anything like we had these past year and a half, we'll be setting a lot of kids up for failure. So I think there's a case to be made that we've maybe gone too stringent, and I think, you know, that is a case to be made. But the reason why is because we're so concerned with what's happened over the last 18 months, and we needed to put some things in place to try to prevent that.
And I understand that, I understand
Yeah.
that.
Personally, I think that that's a good thing because we need all 100% of our students in school. Before COVID, there was no option. You had to come to the brick and mortar building. I don't,
There was
To
an
go to
option.
charter school.
well, what was it?
It's virtual charter.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if that's what they want to do, that's what they're going to do. But we should not lower our standards and risk, I don't think. I mean, we can,
I think you have, and Kelly, you have done a good job building in restrictions to take care of any student that does not do their job. I understand what you said about the coaches and the teachers going this year and they're not doing their schoolwork, but build into this thing here. If they don't do the schoolwork, they come to school. And I've read the whole thing, and it is. They don't have a choice if they don't do what they're supposed to do. But my only problem I have is I think we ought to make it where if they're going to go charter, they want to come to us instead of going on the other side of the beach.
And I agree.
That's the only thing I say.
Tell me this, Kelly, with this, if they see that they're not being successful, can they, but you're saying they have to wait till the semester before they can come? So they're going to be unsuccessful the whole
No,
semester?
that's actually not true, because if they don't meet some of these requirements, this privilege can be revoked.
Yeah. So we
The
can move
privilege of being virtual.
Right.
them, yeah, we move them back to in person. They can't choose to
Only
move
thing,
back to
only
in
thing
person.
I don't know if it's a privilege, the way we're writing it, to be virtual. I mean, and I'm fine, because I, as a coach, would have wanted my students at school. I would have wanted them at school. And like you said, but I just know that one guy made a big point of what he's going to do next year, and I'm not saying that we'll have anybody.
Well, can I ask you a question? Did you get a sense of why he wasn't on campus, though? I mean, what, were they not open, or what was his reason for being 100% virtual?
I don't know. I know his mom and dad were, well, his mother worked at the community college.
Gotcha. Okay.
That could be something, I don't
Right.
know. But he was just outstanding. He was like number 3 or 4 in the class, and
So does the board, is the board suggesting that the plan is okay except for the internet access, making an adjustment to the internet access, that we would provide hotspots as long as where the hotspot is that they get enough access, and that students be allowed to participate in athletics and extracurricular?
no, not if the committee don't want it, I don't want it.
No,
either.
I think-
I'm not making that suggestion.
I think that we should leave it just like this, because, I mean, I think that the committee and teachers and even 90% of your community members they think that our students need to be in the building. And if students going to be virtual, then it should come out of their parents, their guardians should have to foot the bill for the internet. Because they're making that choice. We're not telling them they have to be. Now, if we say you have to be virtual, yes, we have to supply certain needs. But if they're going to, it's just like going to the early college. You know, they know right up front, you can't play sports, no extracurricular activities. So if you want to play sports, you got to be in the building. You know, if you don't have internet at home, you either got to go buy internet or you got to be in the building. Or move.
Well, now, I think if we can help supply internet, I think we should.
I don't.
I do. I mean, there's some people that cannot afford it.
And then they need to be in school where they can get that kind
Well,
of thing.
and I know that, but now some of them are not. I mean, and I think anything we can do to help, we should. Now, if it's going to cost us a lot of money and a lot of time, no.
So how about this, if, I don't think that the internet is going to be a big thing, a big deal in terms of hotspots, because we can continue the hotspots that we had this last year. So what about if I recommend the plan as it is, except for providing internet access through hotspots, because we can't buy somebody internet access through cabling or fiber, but through a hotspot. And then otherwise leave the plan as it is. And you all vote, and then we'll go from there as terms of what we have to do. Does that work?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
What do you guys think about the hotspot? I mean, do you think it should be?
I've never thought that hotspots were that great. I don't see how they can provide unless it's something, some new technology. I mean, I won't allow any employee to use a hotspot for internet access to do their job.
It's not reliable. It's just not reliable.
It's
in
not
and out.
reliable. I don't mind providing it since we have it, as long as it's, not costing us an arm and a leg to provide it. But I don't know that a hotspot's going to be the answer.
I think there would be very few places that, there will be places that it would work, but it wouldn't everywhere. It's not going to
gonna
open
work
it
in
up so
Prosper.
that every student would have access. No.
Delco's bad too.
Yeah.
Because there just are some areas in the county where there isn't, there's not cabling and all of that yet, fiber optic, whatever.
I live in one of those areas.
Okay, and the cell service is not great there either, so,
Will we send out a survey to ask who's going to be virtual, who wants to be virtual and
we're
who's not?
going
Is
to do an
that what we're gonna do?
application. Yeah, we will do an application, and we will only supply an application to those who have been successful.
Now,
So,
will the appeals come before the board, or will it come before?
they would come to me,
We don't
and
need
then,
more appeals.
yeah.
Well,
Obviously, our policy, I guess, does allow for appeals
Tell me
to
this,
the
if
board
we
of
have
my
a
decisions.
lot more than 3 or 5%, if we have 25%, would we be better off to have a virtual school?
We won't have that many because right now we have 1,400 students that are 100% virtual after we went back Plan A. And remember, about 40% of our kids, 47% of them were failing, of those virtual kids. So
So we're talking about 700 possible.
it wouldn't even be that many. Yeah, it won't be that many.
I
I
hope
would,
not.
I would say, 10% would be 5,300 or 530, excuse me. So, I can't see it. I really can't see it.
I hope
Well,
not.
the 70 and above is going to get them, because the 70 is passing. A 69 is a D.
Right. Well, right. 70 is a C
Right.
or higher. Yeah.
So the one,
Yeah.
some of them
What
pass
do
them,
you
but
and
pass by the
Steve
skin
think
of the
about the
teeth.
hotspot?
I don't have a problem with any. The only problem the only thing I say is if you want the virtual children, the 10%, the 550, you've got to. I think you've got to encourage them to do it. Okay, they know they got to pass. But if you don't want them and they want to go virtual, we're just going to lose $8,000 a year because they're going to go somewhere else. That's my only problem with any of it.
Well, I agree.
And that's what we're talking about. We can make it so stringent they can't I mean, if you got 5 out of the 500 that want to play play athletics, let them play, man. That's 5 times 10,000, $50,000. As long they're gonna pass, they got to pass the grade. Killian's made it where they got to make the grade to stay that way. But like Randy said, Randy might not have known it, but this virtual thing across the state is growing and
Yes, it
growing
is.
and growing.
Oh, yeah.
And every time we lose a student, we just
I
lose
don't
the
want it to
money.
go down.
Yeah.
But that's the only problem I have. I don't have a problem with it. I just don't want
Yep.
to be so stringent that they want to go somewhere else.
Well, I know that, and this goes back to the board of directors, they said they're looking at 79 virtual schools in the systems. 79, that's a lot to me, of new schools when they're talking about virtual.
And it's just like Dr. Meadows said earlier about the virtual. They'll let the charter school do anything, but they make it strenuous for us. So see, we're against the backboard to start with.
Yeah.
So that's my only point. Now,
I'm telling you, I mean, I'm in the process of sending people back into an office right now, and I mean, I'm talking mid-June, and I've already had 3 HR meetings about it because of the number of people that are pushing back to stay work from home. And I'm afraid we're going to have more than what we think of students that want to stay virtual.
Okay.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid of that. That's what
All
I'm.
right, let them push.
Well, but the ones that
What do you
want
think,
to
Steve?
versus the ones that can, based on all the academics, I think is going to push a lot of those that want to back into school.
I hope so. I hope so. We can't afford to send $2.5, $3, $4 million back to the state again.
that's what'll happen if we ain't careful.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So,
And I'll give you my other $1.5 later on, so.
I mean, I'm fine with us, if we can provide internet access in a way that will give them enough to be able to be successful, then I don't have a problem. I mean, I think we can do that. It's the extracurricular and the athletics, I guess, is what the sticking point is, and I can go either way. I think, there will be some, maybe some controversy in that the CCCA students can't play athletics. If we allow virtual students to play athletics. And so I don't know how that
But
will
still, those virtual students will be
enroll at a
in
traditional-
attendance or enrolled at the school that they're supposed to be at, right?
That's right.
Their
Yeah.
numbers
Now,
are-
let me ask you a question, and this would be for Jonathan. If, let's say East Columbus, or let's say South Columbus has 50 virtual students. Do they have to be counted in as their ADM for
Yep.
athletics, even though if they couldn't play?
Yes,
Yes.
because they're on your roll. They're on the ADM. When it pulls the ADM, it'll pull a number. It won't say,
Virtual or whatever.
yeah, it'll just pull a number. But now I'll tell you this, and it's a definite yes, because their policy is that you can play.
Right, that's exactly
Period.
right.
You can play. And now they've opened up to all that. You can play a hybrid format, face-to-face. Even homeschool students now can play athletics in the high school.
That's right.
But there is a stipulation. Now, they have to jump through some hoops, but they can play. They just have to there's a lot of stuff they have to do.
Kelly, was your committee hard and fast on the participation, extracurricular participation?
They were more hard and fast on the athletics versus the extracurriculars specifically. There was a small group that was vocal about the athletics.
Vocal what, Kelly? Saying if they don't want to be at our school, we don't want them?
No, saying they were concerned about why they would want to be at home and play athletics. Why wouldn't they want to be in school? And understand that's a little bit left over from what we've been dealing with, right?
COVID.
But I think the consensus is, again, and this is through the lens of the last 18 months, is that we have very few kids that are successful in this context. I mean, it's really been a struggle even for kids that are near the top. And so I'd like to say the committee is more concerned about, the only thing that we were really focused on is how do we set it up so those that are doing it have a great chance of success. And so this is what we came up with. Now,
Kelly,
I
can I
think
ask-
there's some wiggle room.
Do you think that the committee really looked at it as the reason why people would choose this is because they're still concerned about COVID? Or did they look at it as this is really where students and parents think their kids can be most successful, and looking at it from that lens versus they don't want to be in school, and therefore why would they want to play athletics if they don't want to be in school?
I think there was some of the same things going on with both sides of that, because understand, we worked on this, it's been almost 6 weeks ago now.
Yeah.
So back then, it wasn't quite as clear that things were normalizing, but I think regardless, the understanding was that to be successful in the virtual environment requires a special type of kid.
You know, and I hate to say what I'm getting ready to say, but I really believe that the virtual thing, and it goes back to something Randy said, that the parents want them in school. And some parents are just letting their kids dictate what they're going to do.
Exactly.
And I hate to say that. I hate to say that, but I really believe that's
I mean,
what's
when
happening.
I was 15, 16 years old, if I could have stayed at the house
And
every
play
day
ball?
and
Yeah,
play
I'd stayed
ball,
home too.
leave me at the house.
Did you
I-
graduate in 3 years?
4, I probably would have. If you can't graduate, no, I ain't gonna say that. I'm cutting my mic
Yeah,
off.
you better.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is I think that, and it doesn't matter. I'm gonna say it. Sometimes you have to make the choice for people.
Well, I'm gonna throw something else out. I know we are somewhat getting normalized here in the U.S., but if you look worldwide, it's not normalized. I mean, I'm dealing with repercussions and fallout because we outsource our billing and finance stuff to India. Do y'all know what's going on in India? And it's the different variants. I would love to sit here and think that COVID is over and done with, but the rational side of my brain says that it's not.
I like it. Good job, Kelly.
All right, so where are we? So are we going to move forward?
Let's move it like it is, let's leave it.
So I'm going to make a recommendation, Mr. Chairman, that we move forward with the plan with the addition of the providing internet with hotspots if they can get enough service to meet the requirement of the plan.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the virtual school guidelines for 2021-22 with the addition of providing hotspots where it will be possible to have. What's the recommendation of the board?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Herring. Any more discussion?
I think we've beat that horse.
I think we've had that discussion. No further discussion. All in favor of said motion, anyone by saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good.
Okay? All right, Dr. Williams?
Okay, you have a invoice, item number 1 here, invoice from West Columbus and an invoice for the Tabor City project. In the amount of the West Columbus Pre-K 8 school from Shawstack Design in the amount of $11,617.23. And then there's an invoice for Tabor City Pre-K 8 for $8,444.45.
8,000 what, John?
$8,444.45. And we ask that you would grant approval for us to send these over to county finance to be paid. These are Shawstack Design.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve invoices 20 and 21 from Shawstack Design for payment and to be submitted to the county for payment.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve invoices 20 for West Columbus Pre-K 8 school and Tabor City Pre-K 8 invoice number 21, and it be sent over to the county finance to be paid. What is the recommendation of the board? Moved by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, all by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
You have an invoice from Shawstack Design. If you recall, you gave us approval to look at the leak issue in the middle school wing at Williams Township, which they have done, and the engineers have came up with a design and specs for this project, and we are reviewing them right now. Timmy, myself, mainly Timmy, and we have an invoice from Shawstack Design of $3,968, and we wish we could send this one over to county finance, but this one's ours.
Think we can slip it in?
Well, try it. I don't think it'll work.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that we, that the board approve invoice 1 for payment for the Williams Township roof leak remediation from Shawstack Design.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the invoice number 1 for Williams Township roof leak from Shawstack Design. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Long. Second by Mr. Herring. Any discussion?
Jonathan, is this the only one for architectural, for the architect, or will we be getting more just like the rest?
We'll get more, but I mean, they're doing this on a, basically,
So we don't know how much it's gonna cost?
well, it's gonna be a lot less than it normally would, because they're doing it on an hourly basis, trying to keep the cost down instead of like a percentage basis. So, but we haven't bid it yet, but as far as the architectural fees, that's the way they're billing us, hourly basis, because they said it would be cheaper that way. And then, but we won't know how much the job is going to cost, obviously, till we bid it out, which is coming up here in the next month or so.
Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of said motion, and all by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, number 3, you have a pay application, number 6 from Her Incorporated, an amount of $314,260, and this, of course, is for demolition work at and site work at Tabor City on that site there.
And this is their final payment for that, right?
I don't think so. No,
No?
they have
Okay.
some more, because there. It's like I wrote everything down so I could. Let me see. I got it pulled up right here. There is still.
200,000 or 300,000.
Yeah, there is actually, and there's retainage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, balance to finish is $526,674.49, and that includes the retainage. And what they had to do, we met there last week, and we had a punch list visit, because Her is basically finished except for what they'll be billing us on the sewage bypass. And and then obviously the ongoing monitoring and everything that they're going to have to do. But the balance, as you can see, is a little over $500,000. But this payment amount, this current amount, is $314,260. This will be sent over to county finance for payment with your
Tell
approval.
me this, Jonathan. Are they going to have to do all this stuff that they've done when they tear down the other part? They going to have to build that dirt up and do all that stuff again?
No, because that's parking lot. Now, they will excavate and come back with a certain amount.
Okay, so none of the new building will go that far?
No.
Where the old building is
No,
now?
and I was going to tell you this after you voted, but it's nothing short of fascinating. We had, if you look from the road, it looks like a big mound of dirt, which it is. But if you actually walk up on top of the surcharge, they call it, it is actually in the shape of the building. I mean, the cutouts are in there. And with the exception, it's going to actually be a few feet more than the mounds. We went there the other day, and they have some stakes positioned in various places on the pad, and the ground there has already, in this short time, settled 4 to 6 inches. which they were amazed that it would settle that much. They're anticipating a settlement of around 12 to 14 inches, and that's what they're shooting for. They said there is a layer of sand, but where the problem is, there's a 20 feet layer of clay, and it's a spongy type clay, and that is very unique. And when I say it only exists in so many places in the whole world.
5?
Yeah, and
4 or
and the
5, I
engineers-
think, is what they reported to us.
The engineer said they didn't even know it was here. And so, but what happens is, he said there's no way it would take hundreds of years to actually get the moisture out of that clay material. But what they're hoping to do as the settlement, it will compress that clay material and it will compact it. It'll mash it.
Make it hard.
And harden it up. And here's the thing, folks. They said that mound of dirt is 3 to 4 times as much as what that school building will weigh.
That dirt over there now?
That mound of dirt is
Wow.
3 to 4 times more than that school building's going to weigh.
Okay, well, that,
Yeah, and it's like David said, think about your school building is mostly air. He said your school building is mostly air, and so, but what they said, if they left it there much longer than the prescribed time, that it could actually start undermining that primary building and start making the walls crack in it, the settlement. And they were talking about the roads. They said it was too far away from the roads to affect them. But that much weight, you can see why it probably would have broke that terracotta line that's under there, and they had to
Have they
put
gotten
the
that
bypass.
moved?
No, they haven't moved it. What they did, they constructed a bypass, and now that's going to be a change order, because that's going to
Right.
they had to bypass that line, which is what you see now. You see those pumps. Now, the removal of that line and the installation of the new line will be in the bid for the new school. They're smart in the way they do things. What they did, they excavated, they dug way down, and they filled that part with the actual building material pad, the dirt that they're going to build on. So when whoever wins the bid on the building of Tabor City, when they go back and they remove the surcharge, they'll only remove it to where that layer of soil is. They know where it's at. So when they remove it, basically with a little bit of sculpting and everything, the building will be ready to go. I mean, the pad will be ready to build on. So, that saves a lot of time and money by doing it that way.
so the new people will move that dirt, not her.
Right. But obviously, the contractor, whoever wins the bid, will, once again, they'll be
Figure that
looking
in.
for a dirt mover. So Mark and
How
those
about
guys,
that
they're waiting. They're waiting. They're waiting, so they can carry it right back where they picked it up.
No, he's gonna
But
do it.
in that, I know that particular company, they will also be interested in removing that sewage line and installing a new sewer line too. They've already said that. So everything they can do, they'll be interested in taking it. But folks, it's really
Okay, Doc.
something. But if you walk on top of that mound and look, you can see the exact footprint of the building, what it's going to look like.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the pay application number 6 from her, and for payment from the county, to be submitted to the county for payment.
You have heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the pay application number 6 from Her Incorporated in the amount of $314,260, and it be sent to the county for payment. What is the pleasure of the board? Motion by Mr. Herring,
Second.
second by Mr. Strickland. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of the said motion, that will say an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, you have number 4, you have an invoice from Ty and Associates. It was the environmental firm that's working with our projects at Tabor City and Cerro Gordo. We have an invoice in the amount of $21,951.25. This is from Ty and Associates for the site monitoring at Tabor City pre-K-8 school, and we ask that you grant us approval to pay that or to send it to the county finance for payment.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the invoice from Ty and Associates for Tabor City Elementary, or Tabor City Pre-K 8, to be submitted to the county for payment.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the invoice from Ty and Associates for Tabor City Pre-K 8 school and be sent to the county for payment. What is the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion?
They've got the last thing on there, Jonathan, is settlement monitoring plate. Is that how they're telling how much it's compressed?
Yes, sir. There's
Okay.
there's like well, for lack of a better term, it's stops, like PVC pipe up there, and they have it marked with their laser and everything, and they'll tell exactly how much it's settled. And actually, what they have in there is capable of monitoring the settlement down inside of that clay material.
Wow.
It's
Every day, it looks like.
yeah, on this they're almost daily. Yeah.
Look at that invoice.
They might. But what they did say was, we were, David and myself, we're having to work around USDA, but we were talking about maybe bidding Tabor City in September and with the bid opening in October. But it is very possible that if the settlement continues at the rate it's going, they say we could possibly push that up some. That's what they're saying now. We'll see.
Hey, I'll get out there. I'll go over there and run around on top of it for a little while and help
No,
it
we
pack it
don't-
down.
We don't need it that fast.
But I never would. I mean, that is an amazing feat. And if you recall, the alternative was to drive pilings in the ground. It's some I know.
About $4 million.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Steve, before you came aboard, that was the alternative, and it was going to be more expensive, more noise, and it's not as good of a solution as this one is.
They did the same thing in prison.
They did.
Sure did.
Going from the road, down. All in the dirt.
Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of the said motion, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Okay. Okay, and in the property, item number 5, in the property exchange with the Benton family, of course, they were able to keep the gym and keep it up for the community and keep it standing for the community, which we're all glad that was able to happen. And one of the only requests that Ricky had, Mr. Benton, was that we allow them to maintain the sewage connection with the gym property. They're going to, the water is running there too, but all that's going to be disconnected, and they know they're going to have to put their own water bill in, water tap, and but they just asked if they could retain the sewage connection. And of course, this is no cost to us. But in our discussions, Mr. Bill was there, and luckily he happened to be in town the day I went and met and talked to him. So I called him, and in our discussions, Mr. Bill pointed out that we would need some kind of clause, some kind of contract or something for us to release, for him to release liability for us in case there's a backup. So Mr. Bill's got that drawn up for us.
Yeah, what we did from our conversation with Ricky, it appears that this entity, he owns it, he owns it by way of the deed, but he's planning on transferring that into some other entity. So I've made the hold harmless and indemnity agreement between him, his successors in title, his heirs, his assigns, anybody that takes ownership of that place, that any damages that's caused by a malfunction of our equipment and or of their equipment, where we end up pumping sewage into his building, because that's what would happen, that if any damages are assessed and we're charged anything at all, that he holds us harmless on that. And if we end up, let's say an insurance company comes in and pays it, and the insurance company subrogates to his rights, then he has to indemnify us for anything the insurance company gets out of us. And that's, I've drawn it as large as I can to expand into every entity that I could foreseeably see taking it. He's responsible for all the costs, the repairs, the maintenance, anything to his hookup. Everything is there, so it should be no cost to us, and we are not responsible for any damages that occur there. If he executes this, we've got it for execution by the board and execution by him. And that was what we talked about when we were there that day, getting the final deed signed. And I think that's the only way we can literally do it. We've had lots of people trying to get into the sewer line at South Columbus. And once the town takes over, they can get in the sewer line if the town lets them. We could care less, because we don't, once the town takes over that portion, it's theirs from wherever the town limits are. But in this particular case, it's ours, and we don't want to be responsible for anything. If somebody else takes it over, town or whatever, then that would be great, and everybody be, you know, the town would be the one to be responsible. He's going to have to put in one of those valves that works to shut off our pumps. The problem is, if his valve becomes defective, then we could pump waste into his building. And I've covered it for the building, his personal property, any property that he might have there of someone else's on consignment or whatever, because I didn't know what he was going to use it for. I've tried to cover every aspect of the process to where we'd have no liability whatsoever for anything.
Good.
So, Mr. Chairman,
And I've got it for signing tonight.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the agreement, the hold harmless and indemnity agreement with Mr. Ricky Benton on the sewer at the old Cerro Gordo gym.
You've heard the recommendation of superintendent that we approve the agreement with the hold harmless identity with Mr. Ricky Benton. What's the pleasure of the board? Motion by Mr. Herring.
Second.
Second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of said motion, let it know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Dr. Williams?
Okay. You have in your packet as well, or in your electronic packet, update on the projects. Paid a visit to the building at East Columbus. It's looking really good. Of course, the building itself is complete. The leg is a little over halfway, and we have to make sure we got fire alarm devices, and they're here, but they're not installed yet. And then we're going to put HVAC in there, and so it's been ordered. They're building some storage rooms in there, and the walls are under construction with that as well. But we had to break away from that for a little bit, and we'll discuss that too in just a second. All right, West Columbus, that the saga of the windows continues, but I was told by H&W Glass that they would have to stop work until the students were gone from the campus, but I'm gonna go visit them on that, because obviously with summer school and everything, there won't be but a month, and we want to put this project to bed. As Dr. Mehta said, we want to check something off, and this is one of the main ones. They look really nice, but it's time to wind that up, and we're working toward that. While we're on West Columbus, when we took the floor up and went down to West Columbus, when you took the hardwood up, it was like walking on springboards, and I realized quickly that what was happening to our gym floor was that the plywood was letting go, is what was causing the problems all the time. So we called Timmy, and we went and looked, and obviously the subfloor at the school, the gym floor, had to be taken up, and that it took them and it was amazing how, I mean, it took them almost 2 weeks, and our guys did this. They took the subfloor up, and they literally had to saw between every floor joist so they could take that floor up because the plywood was coming up in the layers. And what happened was years ago, many years ago, they did have moisture problems under that gym. And all of that was corrected because, I mean, you could kick up sand. It's like walking around on the inside of a tobacco barn, if any of you ever been there. It's sandy up under there now. But what we did, we put a good strong layer of plastic under there. It had partial layer under there. We put a good layer of plastic under there. So that'll take care of that. Timmy's going to add a little more ventilation there. He said that, you know, whatever's recommended. And then our guys put the subfloor in. And we called Southern Flooring, and basically they said we recommend or you put back what was there because simply so the floor would still be warranted. So it took them another week or so to put the subfloor down, but it's down now. And it was glued, and then they put screws in it, and then I think they drove ring shank nails in there. So it's, and when I say drove, I'm talking about putting it with an air hammer because the joist, you know, at this point in time they're treated lumber and it's hard, you know. But I'm gonna tell you something. We can never build a floor system in there like as far, when I say we can never do it, we could do it, but under the bleachers they were treated 2x12s on 12-inch center, and they had the old X braces in there. And then if you know about the building stuff, they were sitting on ledgers. And in the playing surface over the floor was 2x12 joist on 16-inch centers. I mean, no wonder it could drive a tractor on there. It could drive a heavy equipment on that floor. But that floor is solid. The lumber looked brand new. It's in excellent shape, and the floor, like I say, it's going to be a lot better than it was before. But they started today. They called me around 12 o'clock. And they were in town, and they started today. They've laid the floor out, and if it's anything like it was at Old Dr. County, they'll have that floor down before Friday. Wow. And just so you know, we did. I talked to the project manager with Southern Flooring, and what we're going to do is, when they get the floor down, we're going to stop right there, and this will allow West Columbus, if they want to hold their graduation in auditorium, we could put chairs on that floor before they, obviously before they sand it, and then start to paint. We're going to try to find some covering just to be sure, because now before they sand it, they'll take 1/8 of an inch off that floor when they sand it, so it would take a gouge. What I'm more concerned about is liquid. Now, we'd have to threaten somebody if they went in there with a bottle of water or anything, because, you know, you put down hardwood floor and you get it wet, there's a stain forever. And so, but that's where we're at with the floor at West Columbus. WT, Jason, they're working on the paint design. I keep seeing it looks super, looks really good. So it's going to be something to be proud of when we get through with the floor at West Columbus. But we will be able to use it for spillover if we decide to have the graduation in auditorium.
Overflow. We don't want to say
Spillover.
spillover. I don't think. Maybe overflow or
Overflow.
extra people.
Extra people. No, we don't want spill. We want extra people.
Jonathan, where are we with the bleachers for West?
The bleachers, we've got one quote from BSN. Southern Floor wants to give us a quote on the bleachers. And I've got to talk to the coaches and the principal and see, you know, how far do we want the bleachers to be from the out of bounds line. Now this out of bounds line is going to be a blue, solid blue line all the way around. Matter of fact, I think the color they picked out is navy blue. And the lanes are going to be light blue. There's a big Viking head in the center, and we've got Vikings written across the end lines. It looks really good, y'all. It looks really good. But that's not set in stone as far, but that's what I'm seeing. And but we've got to, if they want them 5, 6 feet, but obviously the further the bleachers away from the end line, the less bleachers you're going to have because they'll take it. But yeah, we've got We've got one quote from BSN, and then Southern Floor wants to quote, and we're going to quote the composite bleachers with the remote control. I mean, it's going to be, we're going to fix it right.
Fix it right.
Yeah.
Don't
Fix
have
it
to
right.
do it to save a little bit.
That's right.
Do it right to
That's
start
We're
with.
going to fix it right, and everything, of course, now when they do bleachers, you know, they have the handrails down the center and for the you know, to help. Well, if the floor surface is going to be the exact same size. Now, if they bring the bleachers, I don't know, what were they off the floor, about 4 or 5 feet? Were they even that far?
They were about a foot outside of the.
2 foot at the most.
Out of
Yeah,
bounds.
so if they move them 3 or 4 feet, that's going to take out a row or two of bleachers.
You're gonna have bleachers from there to the wall.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Southern Floor told me they could actually go in there and calculate right now. And I mean, I said, shouldn't you lay the floor out so you can kind of do Pythagorean theorem? And they said, no, we you know, but they've done this so many times. I mean, they know what.
You hear him busting out the
Yeah.
Pythagorean.
Hey, I thought I'd throw that
That's
out.
math teacher.
Thought I'd throw that out there. But anyway, but yes, we've got one quote we're looking for.
Is he looking at something he shouldn't be looking at? Kevin?
Seeing if he's turned his mic.
Yeah.
All right.
And just so you know, our the flooring and the paint was part of the insurance. The bleachers are ours, okay?
What about the subflooring?
That's ours.
Subflooring is ours, because that was not part of the deal. And the subflooring, show you how much it is.
Did they put that Vanguard back in there?
What the plywood, it was something, Vantec.
Vantec.
Yeah, that's it.
That stuff.
$96 a sheet, by the way.
It's over $25,000. Over.
$96 a sheet for Vantec.
Plywood is over.
We should have painted that.
Yeah. Well, and I'm serious. If you look at it right now, it's almost a shame to cover it up. It just looks so good. But that was the problem the whole time. The subfloor. So I'm glad.
Well, for that plywood to buckle like that, sometime or another it was wet up under that
It sure
shit.
was. And I mean, it was when they took the maple up, it was literally a dangerous walk on. I mean, somebody my size, you could have went through it.
Why'd you look at me?
You couldn't went look.
No, I'm just looking.
You had to look at it outside the Jeep.
Hey, the whole time I've kind of been neglecting this side.
Looked at me when he said, somebody my size.
Well, no, my side. I mean, the decision makers are right here. I hate to neglect these folks, but I mean, you know. Anyway.
Let me stop you while you're ahead, Jonathan.
I'm ahead.
And move on to the next topic before we get any more
Or you
trouble.
fall through that floor.
After the big floor.
All right, thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Dr. Williams. The next item is to continue the partnership with the Columbus County Health Department and have the mobile dental unit coming to our schools next school year. So I would recommend to the board to approve the agreement with Columbus County Health Department for the mobile dental unit.
You have heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we continue our partnership for usage of the Columbus County Health Department's mobile dental unit for next school year. What is the recommendation of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? I'm gonna cut this off a minute. They can't show that their films in ninth grade that they're gonna be able to do it. They heard that. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Jim
Aye.
Ryan?
Next item, Mr. Jones has been working on a grant for us, and so I'm going to let him explain the grant, and he's been up all night for weeks.
Still got a few more weeks to go. So USDA has a grant that they release every few years based on distance learning. And it's focused primarily on rural locations, which we are at the top of the list when it comes to what they call rurality. And so we've been working on this grant, and so here's our approach. This is what we're going to be asking the USDA for. Most of it is basically distance learning equipment, but in a way you may not think of. It's panels that have super high definition microphones and cameras that can be rolled into a space and can connect schools, can connect businesses, basically would allow the outside world to come in any way imaginable. The highlight, or maybe the big ticket item that we're going to be asking for, is to turn each of our high school auditoriums in with a large screen projector and sound system to allow for large groups of students to talk to guidance counselors or school counselors, anyone post-secondary, colleges, things like that. So that is the big ticket item for each one of the 3 traditional high schools. But every school would have a system, actually multiple systems that could be used in the following way. For career technical education, for example, the hospital is the specific instance that we're talking about. Instead of doing rounds, we have equipment that will allow virtual rounds with the students from hospital into the classroom. Instead of us bringing all teachers into one area for professional development, we can have it centralized at the central office, but we can be remoted in to different schools. Some other things, we have ESL teachers that have a difficult time reaching every school as much as they need to. So we would be able to actually provide ESL or AIG services remotely. And again, the equipment allows this to happen in a high quality, seamless way. For telemedicine, we have a lot of resources that outside vendors provide for us, but sometimes take hours for us to get those services to the kids. And sometimes we have nurses that are not on campus when something happens. So that would allow a secure telemedicine link between the nurse and between a counselor, perhaps, and a student. So there are a lot of other options that we can do. I think the nice thing is the equipment would allow us to have, instead of like a tiny webcam, you have large panels and microphones that can pick up an entire classroom. Another example would be you can roll one of these systems into a classroom and someone off-site can be observing the classroom. It could be a college advisor for our beginning teachers, or it could be another teacher wanting to observe. So there are a lot of options, and we can ask for up to $1 million. We have a 15% match. And so we're still doing the budget. It looks like we're going to be somewhere between $900,000 and $1 million for the ask.
And it's a 3-year grant, right?
Yep.
So $1 million over the course of the 3 years. And so I'm recommending to the board that we approve moving forward with the submission of this grant.
And the only thing that I need tonight is a letter signed by Mr. Phipps saying that we're a school system.
Okay. And that we will, so if we need any further letters, we'll have them approval to be able to do that. And that we will provide the 15% match out of local funds, which if it's $1 million would be $150,000, but over the course of 3 years.
And while it's not, the equipment is not being used for distance learning purposes, it can still be used for instructional purposes in the classroom. So.
I actually saw a demo on HoloLens. HoloLens, HOLOLENS.
Yep.
That's, you were talking about it for the allied health students, and that's pretty advanced.
Yeah. It's amazing, and the cameras have advanced to the point where they can follow a person around the room.
Right.
Just based on the algorithms of seeing shapes move.
Well, with HoloLens, you actually, whomever is being observed, they actually can put on, it's almost like a virtual reality headset. And everything that they see, whomever is observing sees as well.
Wow. So
if they're working on something with a patient, I mean, literally the example that we saw was a surgeon in the UK observing surgeries in India. And I mean, the person in India was literally doing the work with the VR headset on, and the person that was actually watching was talking him through different things to do.
I may want to follow up with you on that.
All right.
That would,
Yeah,
that's
but
great. Those
The
are types
headsets
of
are
things.
expensive. Right now, they're around 5K a piece.
And this is an opportunity where we can do some of those things, especially
Right.
for our CTE kids that can't get out to some of these locations or are interested in an industry that's not local. You know.
Yep. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
So I recommend to the board that they approve us moving forward with this distance learning and telemedicine grant with USDA and for approval of a match of 15% local funds, with local funds.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the distant learning telemedicine grant that Kelly has spoken about with the matching funds of 15%. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Herring,
Second.
second by Mr. Strickland. Any other discussion?
What are the chances that we get this, Kelly? If we go through the process, is it 50%?
I can only tell you our score. Like if you look at the score and rurality is the primary and the population is the other, there's a good chance.
Okay.
Not 100, but we're competitive.
We'll take
before-
99.9.
We're competitive before we even start, just because of where we are and
Right.
the population.
Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let them know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item is several policies from the School Board Association that just had technical changes. So I would recommend that the board approve the policies under number 2 from the School Board Association.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the revised North Carolina School Board Association policies due to technical changes. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland. Second. Second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let me know by saying aye. Any opposed?
The second set of policies have more than just technical changes. Most of the changes, though, are required changes that had to do with different law changes or a state board policy. All of the leadership team has reviewed the policies and have and recommend the adjustments that the School Board Association is recommending. So I would recommend the board approve the policies that are listed under number 3 that have revisions from the School Board Association.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the revised spring 2021 North Carolina School Board Association policies. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Herring. Second. Second by Mr. Long. Any discussion?
What that board attorney policy specifically call out Bill Phipps?
Got his picture to it, ain't it?
Yep. That's,
I'll let Mr. Phipps answer that later. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, you know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item is just an official approval of the deed. You all really approved this previously, but this is to approve the deed for the town of Chadburn to acquire the park that was part of the Chadburn Middle School property. And so I recommend that the board approve this deed that Mr. Phipps prepared, moving that park property to the town of Chadburn.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the deed to the town of Chadburn for the acquisition of the park on the property of Chadburn Middle School campus. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long.
Second.
Second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion?
Just for your information, that consists of 0.92 total acres or 0.67 acres exclusive of right-of-way. And the plat was recorded on record, and I have the deed ready for signing tonight.
And Dave, and just remember that, well, the town of Chadburn agreed to pay his fee and the survey fees. So it cost us, I mean,
Didn't cost us
obviously,
anything.
donation, but that's all. The town's going to pick up all of these associated with it.
Good. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let know by saying aye.
aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item is an agreement or a partnership with UNCW for their professional development system. This is an agreement that they provide services and an agreement for providing services for each other. We provide places for students to do internships as one of those things, or to do some practicing work. And then they also provide professional development for us. A big thing that they do is with our beginning teacher program, they provide some professional development each month for our beginning teachers. So I would recommend that the board approve the partnership agreement with UNCW for the professional development system school.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the agreement with the University of North Carolina at Wilmington Professional Development System. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Herring,
Second.
second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let it know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item is we're purchasing some math and reading supplemental materials for middle school. This is, so part of the summer school legislation required that we do an assessment at the beginning and end of summer school. And so iReady was actually the one that was chosen by the state for that. But our teachers and our schools had already had requested that we purchase this supplemental resource as well. It actually is a supplemental curriculum to the Into Lit and Into Math that we purchased last year. So this is something that students can do. It's an online software, online assessment that students will be able to do to enhance their math and reading. So I would recommend that the board approve the purchase order for the 6-8 math and reading iReady diagnostic and instruction.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the agreement to purchase the 6-8 math, reading, iReady diagnostic and instruction with professional development and the K-3 teacher toolbox for math reading. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Strickland. Second. Second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let it know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next one is, again, a supplemental resource. This is Reading Horizons. It's our intervention program that we use for reading in K-5. This is the online tool there is professional development. There is a resource that the teachers use in the classroom to provide instruction in reading, but then there also is an online tool that they use with that. But it's for intervention. So we use Into Reading as the core curriculum, and then we use Reading Horizons as the intervention tool. So I recommend that the board approve the purchase of the Reading Horizons online subscription and professional development for K-5.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the purchase of Reading Horizon for online subscription and professional development. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Mr. Coleman. Second by Mr. Herring. All in favor of the said motion? Any discussion, excuse me? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, let it know by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
All right, so the next item are the school calendars that are proposed for this next school year. Obviously, if there are any changes in legislation, we'll have to come back to this. But right now, you'll see there's a difference between we used to have just a traditional calendar and a CCCA calendar. But this year we have a pre-K-8 calendar and a high school calendar just because of those 2 weeks of summer school. We wanted to make sure that it was clear as to when those are on the calendar. The high school staff will have a week of work days, well actually 3 days of work days, 2 optional work days, the week before those 2 summer school weeks. And then the pre-K-8 work days are right before the August 23rd start date. So there'll be a little bit of a difference between the different grade levels in terms of when staff comes back and when students come back. So that's why there are 2 different calendars. Otherwise, they're the same going forward. And then the CCCA calendar, If you remember, there used to be a big difference between the two calendars, and now they're at least a little closer aligned in terms of their calendar to the traditional high school calendar. Theirs is still a little bit different, but for the most part, it's a little closer, and they have those same 2 weeks built into their calendar as well. So I would recommend that the board approve the calendars for grades pre-K 8, grades 9-12, and Columbus Career and College Academy for the 2021-2022 school year.
You have heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the school calendars for the 21-22 school year for grades pre-K 8, grades 9 through 12, and Columbus Career and College Academy. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Long,
Second.
second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion? One thing, and I mentioned to Dr. Meadows, I called her during our board meeting. That was what our board meeting was called for on Friday. And there's a selection committee of legislators that are meeting with Mr. Berger and his group to extend the calendar to the 16th. But they're saying what they want to do is make sure that it's at least for a 5-year period. So this lady thinks she can get this done. Our lobbyist in the legislature said he doesn't think it would get done. But he says what we want to do is give her permission to talk, and it didn't cost anything. Are we prepared? Are we going to stay the same if we can move to the 16th?
Probably because of the 2 weeks of summer school that we've already built in, we'd probably leave it the same. But then next year.
Well, and that's what they're saying. If anybody was able to move it this year, it would be possible. But it would be for the next 2 years and as a pilot or something, and then hopefully for 5 years at least. So that's what the discussion was that we had for last Friday with the school calendar.
I just want you to explain to me, I'm not an educator. School starts on what day in August?
So for pre-K 8, school starts August 23rd.
Okay.
All right.
Pre-K 8 on 23rd.
Yep. For high school, school starts on, make sure, August the 9th. And that's how we're going to advertise it, because we want all students to come for those 2 weeks of summer school.
But that's what that is. That's the
Right.
summer school.
It's summer school. We'll pay teachers, we'll pay staff based on the summer school compensation.
So you want all teachers there on August, well, you want them there a week before.
Right. That's right.
So how do you, the 10-month teachers that are not involved in summer school, how you gonna pay them? You gonna pay them something?
We're going to pay them the summer school compensation for those 2 weeks. Yep. They're going to receive the same compensation as if they would have been in summer school for June.
Look at it right, the high school is hourly paid.
That's right. That's right. And we are doing it so that they, so the semester will finish before the Christmas break, and they get close to the same number of days as they should for a semester, is part of the reason. It's really because they need pre-work before. All the principals surveyed their teachers and have assured me that they had agreement for us to go forward with this. Asked
Well, I can
several
assure
times.
you that if they did not, that we will hear it.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
it's interesting, as we had that discussion Friday, that they based all this not being able to start before a certain day on tourism. And evidently, tourism has a mighty big pool in
They
North
have
Carolina.
a huge lobbying group. Huge.
Yeah, for us, really.
Beach.
And now they just said tourism.
He's supposed to be so powerful.
That's not, don't he live out on the,
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
think it's,
it is rock.
Bass not, but Berger, he's the man.
It's
evidently.
tourism. The tourism lobbying group is huge.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Womble. All right, any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the said motion on the calendars, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Calendars passed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that we help our attorney to gain some knowledge by attending this virtual conference.
Those are boring.
Oh, okay. The NCCOSA Summer Law Conference in July.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve attorney's attendance to the virtual summer law conference in July. What is the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Strickland,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, or by saying aye? Aye. Yeah.
It is.
Can we request a 15-page type of report?
I voted to have it in-house, not virtual. I was defeated in my vote.
You were denied.
They asked you that summer thing they did, they're having to be
Yeah, but you had to be approved. I was just put on, so they wouldn't approve me. Yeah, I think that's all it was. Okay.
Okay. COVID update, just a couple of things. I'd already shared that when we moved to Plan A, we had 1,388 students were how many we had that remained 100% virtual. Since we moved to Plan A on April the 12th, we've only had 2 staff cases of COVID and 3 student cases of COVID. As it relates to COVID graduation, so there's all this talk about there are going to be changes on June 1st in terms of lifting of different mandates. Well, our graduations are right before that. I actually put in a request that they, if they're going to make that change, make it by the 24th, not wait till June 1st. We'll see what happens. But so I asked all the principals to submit what they plan to do with graduation. CCCA is having theirs at West Columbus in the auditorium. Their students will receive 5 tickets each. They will social distance, as much as possible. South Columbus will have theirs in their auditorium with the overflow in the gym. They will have 3 tickets in the auditorium and 3 tickets in the overflow area. Which he said is the same amount that would be if they were outside. East Columbus,
That makes no sense to me.
they would only put them in the one side of bleachers and have them be seated in the bleachers. And then East Columbus, they're going to set up for outside and inside. His parent advisory requested that they do an outside graduation if they can. As long as there's no threat of rain, they'll do it outside. If there's any threat of rain, they'll move it inside and do it in the auditorium and in the gym with overflow. They are going to give 2 tickets for basically 6 tickets to each senior. 2 will be green tickets, 4 will be orange, and then the 2 tickets that would allow them to be in the auditorium, and 4 tickets would go into the gym.
Why only 2 tickets for the auditorium?
So we're still supposed to socially distance the adults.
Understood.
Don't have to for the students because we're in Plan A.
Right.
But the adults are supposed to. So they're going to try to group them and have them sit and have a seat or 2 in between in order to get enough. So when they sit their kids out there, and then that is what they're saying.
So,
Seemed like they would have-
help me with this math here,
Right.
because it just doesn't make sense
South
to me.
Columbus has got 3 and 3.
South Columbus has got the same size auditorium, and they're getting 3 tickets per person for the auditorium.
Mm-hmm.
East Columbus has got 100, and they're getting 2 tickets.
I don't know. I'll have
For
to
the
ask him
auditorium.
about that.
That makes, I'm sorry, and we're catching it about
Okay.
graduation tickets.
Okay.
I bet you I had 3 or 4 phone
It
calls
seems like
just this
East would get
weekend.
more because they don't have as many students graduating
Right.
Or at least the same.
at
At
least.
least the same.
Well, I've never dealt with graduation tickets here,
Right.
because
I
we didn't have
understand.
graduation last year, and so I don't know how many they normally would get at a graduation. I know graduation tickets, no matter where you are,
not
is a
the-
controversy.
Is a
Sure,
pain.
I understand, but I
they-
mean,
Yeah, in South, I think they normally get about 5, 4.
For,
Well,
Okay.
if you have 100, I'm not sure how many you have in class, well, obviously, if you got 150 in the class,
he has a
Well,
smaller
it's-
class, South has a
it's-
smaller class than usual this year, he said.
I think they normally do that at 4.
And then unlimited in the auditorium.
Probably
If the-
six.
I mean,
if
in
they've got
the
100,
I
I'd
think
be
it's
shocked. Now,
100.
West Columbus has got 91.
60, probably about 80, 85.
They should have more than that, because if West has 91, East has more students in their high school than West does.
Right. What about West? Yeah, I cut you off
West
before.
was, so they were setting up for outside and said they were giving 8 tickets. But then they said, once we realized that they could potentially go into the overflow area, I don't remember what he told me now, because it's not on the sheet.
I can understand East and West and CCCA because of the time of their graduations having a
Thunderstorm.
dual. South Columbus is at 10 o'clock in the morning. You know, there's much less likely chance of having a thunderstorm at 10 a.m. in the morning than there is at 6 o'clock at night. I personally think they should all be outside
Okay.
in this situation because of everything that this senior class has been through. They got nothing last year. They've caught it this year for the same reasons. I think they should all be outside, but that's my opinion.
I don't know if they would be able to have even, so some parents want to have an unlimited number of people coming.
No,
I mean, there have been a few people saying.
I don't think you can have an unlimited number of people, but I think you should be able to have more people that can see a graduation than 3.
Okay.
I know it, and I was looking for this, I'm not, daydreaming, I'm sorry. But I know West has a pretty good little plan. They're gonna put the chairs out on the field and have the stage or near the west end zone. And so then I think if they do that. people
And do on
can
both
sit
sides.
They
Right.
can sit on both sides if
The-
has he changed his mind?
Well, so the problem was if you have to set up for potential of being inside, Kelly can't set up all of the speaker system for it to be on 2 sides in the field and have stuff in the auditorium and in the gym ready in case he needs it to be only on one side. I had that conversation with Jamie when he was talking about doing it outside and potentially moving it inside, because originally he was going to do it on both sides, but they wouldn't be able to set up all of the equipment. We don't have enough equipment for them to do it on both sides.
We've got some folks out at West Columbus that they can hear without the sound system on both sides of the football stadium.
Okay.
Don't we, Monty?
So, you all, if you would prefer that we have them outside and then,
I've been here now. Y'all can just kill it on, but I've been here when it started at 8 o'clock.
it is hot.
You pass out and they're passing out on bleachers before gone.
Yes,
Yeah.
at Dakota Ridge High School.
True.
The bleachers are mighty hot.
And last year at 9 a.m. when we were just sitting out there for the cars coming through, it was hot.
I'll go anywhere you want me to go.
What are we going
I'm
to do?
just-
Are we
I-
going to attend graduation this year, or?
So I think that board members should attend graduations, at least the ones that are in your area. But if you can go to all of them, that's great.
Well, time-wise, we can.
Time
Now
wise,
that
we can go to all. and-
Time-wise,
and-
we can.
And
but
generally,
There's
we
nothing
do.
scheduled
we
at the
have.
same time.
Generally, we do go to as many of them
Yep.
as we can. I just didn't know.
They're all planning for board members to be there.
Okay.
And we just need to know if it's just you or if you're bringing somebody along with you to go to graduation or not, so that we can make sure that we have a seat.
we'll just let you know.
Yep, you just need
send
to
a message out to us.
If you'll let Benita know what your plan is in the next week or so, or this week would be great, so that we can tell the principals. Yeah,
I'm going.
yeah. So, I mean, if you want me to tell them to move them outside, I can. I am concerned, like you said, the night ones last year at West, we wouldn't have gotten the people out of the stadium by the time that storm came in.
And I mean, literally, I graduated from West, and I mean, it was going so fast because of a storm coming up that,
Yeah.
I mean, we literally just about ran
Yeah.
through graduation. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm concerned, 3 tickets. I mean, 2 tickets at East Columbus.
And I'll check on the one at East. He should be able to get more tickets than that. He had 8 total, but I'm not sure if that was just when they were outside. I'm trying to remember if he told me.
I would assume.
Probably,
I think he
maybe
told me 4 and 4 if
4
they
and
were
4.
inside.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is just a question, you can tell me that's crazy if you want to. Have we thought about this year, if we do them on the inside, to do them alphabetically? And have, so, like A through,
Half and half or something?
yeah, so that you would have your social distances, but you would actually be able to have some parents inside and grandparents to see it. I mean, if you could split it up and, have like a 10-minute break.
Well, you'd have to have more than that.
Right, you know what I'm saying, just to get that half out, get the other half in. I mean, that's a possibility if we're worried about social distancing and getting enough tickets for a grandparent, to
Right.
be able to come in and see. I think that it's very important to have your brothers and your sisters and your grandparents.
Well, and I'll be
there
honest
if
with
at
you,
all
Randy,
possible.
I don't know that would happen if it was a normal year.
Right.
Because there's not normally that number of seats available. And when you have, a graduating class of 150 or 200 kids, because when they take up most of the space in the center of the auditorium, the kids. Well, so right now, it's at 50% is what the mass gathering is. So they can only have up to 400 in there. That's why my hope was that they would raise the limit a little bit. Yeah, so you'd have, 400 would be your max, yeah. Yeah.
And that's why I don't understand East Columbus being 2 inside,
Yeah, I'll have
because
to
they
ask.
don't have,
No, east or south. Yeah, but south was still
but
having,
it's the same size as South.
they were having 3 and 3.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to have to ask on that, and we can adjust that. We'll adjust it to make sure, and I'll let you know what, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand South having a problem, but at least what I'd originally been told was 2 for the inside.
Yeah.
So,
I think they're up to 3 now.
I think it's up to 3 now, but
Yeah, I'll check on Easts, and if, I,
are you sure? I heard it opposite of
About it being out there.
Outdoor graduation.
right, about that part of it, yes. So I will work on the East in terms of the number of tickets and see what we can do about that. Okay. All right. So that's what I have for COVID. And then strategic plan, we are in the process of our teams are working on their goals and their strategies and their action steps. We will have a steering committee on June 1st, and then we'll bring the final plan back to the board to the June meeting for the whole strategic plan. They're moving along pretty good.
I apologize. I don't have time to participate in one of the focus groups. So that's why.
you'll get a chance to be involved in the rest of it when it comes back. It's okay. All right, then you have some dates to remember, and now we're moving to finance. Ms. Nowlin?
Okay, in your packet is the May Financial Board Report. There are a few highlights I just want to point out. There's some notes. You'll see state transportation looks like it's overexpended. If you look on the in the PO and encumbrance line item on that PRC, you'll see they have $642,000 sitting there. That is kind of like open purchase orders so that they don't have to open up additional purchase orders or have things straggling or have to have us hold them up for anything that they need. So they're going to be fine with where they are. And you'll also, in your state, you'll see that a lot of these funds are not completely spent, not even 80%. We will do maximization of that. The $600 bonus that we're paying, or the supplement we're paying, is going to come out of state funds. So that will take care of those items. And you will see Fund 2 actually maximized with state. Anything we can move over from Fund 2 will go into state, hopefully building our fund balance beyond 2 days. So, any questions on state or local?
I want you to spend that 30 cents in the COVID relief summer funding, or
I promise every dime
summer
will be
learning. So
spent.
you make sure you spend that.
Buy them
Every
a
day.
pack of nabs.
And when you get to federal, you will see some of those areas as well that aren't completely expended. Remember, federal has carryover, so we want to make sure that we keep that cushion there, and we're going to do that. PRCs, some of the PRCs do not carry over in federal, which is like 17, that's CTE, so we're at 96% expended there. You will see the note on PRC 167, which is federal. There was a purchase order that had a decimal place in the wrong place, so that's now corrected. So that's not 200% over. That's actually correct at this point. You will see capital is at 83%. The one thing I want to make sure that I point out, and we'll talk about it again with budget amendments, is child nutrition. You will see that they're at 99% expended. We have done a budget amendment allocating fund balance, another additional $250,000. We hope that's not going to be needed. Child nutrition revenues are usually at least a month to 2 months behind. So we want to make sure we don't break any budgetary rules here. I don't expect the $250,000 to be used, but we're going to go ahead and budget it just in case. And you will see some areas in Fund 8, which are billing, things that will be rectified when money comes in or it's billed. Anybody have any questions about the May budget report? Okay. So the next item are the budget amendments. And you will see those attached as well. The state budget amendment is to record the Read to Achieve, which is part of the summer funding that's coming in, which in our instance is a drop in the hat to what summer school is going to cost. So that's what that is. Any questions about the state budget amendment? Again, child nutrition, I might not be going in order. Child nutrition shows the fund balance appropriation of $250,000. Local budget amendment is just moving money budget to actual. Instructional is system-wide. No additional funding. The federal budget amendment just shows the differences in budget to actual, to where we are with federal at this point. And I think that's all.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the budget amendments for child nutrition, local, federal, and state, as Ms. Nowlin presented.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the budget amendments for child nutrition, local, state, and federal. What's the pleasure of the board? Motion by Mr. Herring, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion?
I got a question.
Yes.
I talked to you last month about, each of these little clubs that have money, and you told me that you were aware and knew how much money each little club had.
We do have an account of all of the schools'
You do?
funds. That's correct.
Well, when do we see that?
I can provide that.
For instance, we gave West Columbus, we gave all the high schools, $25,000. I'd like to see as a board member where they spend that money and make sure they spend it on athletics like they're supposed to.
Speaking of that, I thought with our audit group that we hired this year, that we were gonna have individual school audits. Did we have that?
They will be doing that. So compliance is starting right now. We started some desk audits, so they'll come in behind us. They did that last year. They did do that last year.
Okay.
The one thing that I'm really hoping is they get back in person. Like, we're going through compliance audit right now. They're still not on site. They anticipate being here for year end, and that's generally when they go and audit the schools.
Okay.
It is at year end.
Well, that's in this month, right?
Next month, yeah.
Well, for their audit for year end comes July, August, September-ish.
With a report to the board in October.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that's when we'll see all that.
that is correct. And we've discussed the process of having the school funding reported every month, just as, we do the individual, we do the
Are they doing it? You said you discussed it, are they doing it?
We've discussed the process of whether that's something we need to provide for you all. We are definitely auditing, especially that athletic funding that we gave them. That was kind of a thing where we said we were going to make sure that we watch those areas.
Well, I agree with Monty, because I have seen right there at East Columbus, they raised about $7,000 about 6 years ago, and then it was taken out of that to pay bills or something with, and one of the donors to that was kind of upset about that because she donated to a certain cause and it got used for something else. And I'm in total agreement that, whenever, I would like to know to make sure that things are getting, and I know that y'all know, but sometimes things are not reported to y'all the way they should be too.
We all know that the books they are what they seem
Right.
when we go there and look at things. I think it puts another level when you're having stuff reported monthly. That's why I prefer to report our stuff monthly, line by line, or PRC by PRC.
It's harder to hide stuff if you do it every month.
Well, it also just makes people feel like we're being transparent,
Correct.
and we are. That's what we want to do. We want to
Right.
be transparent. So,
I think one of the challenges is if we bring a report to you about with school funds, is to know where it was spent. So it's just like these reports that Lisa provides, the financial report. You can see whether something's expended or not and how much is in the account, but don't really know what was purchased with those dollars. And so I want us to be careful about how much information, you would have to have a lot of paper coming in or a lot of and I know you don't want that. So I'm
My biggest problem is you've got some clubs that have $20,000 and $30,000 and $40,000 in the bank. And then they go to a football game and the athletic department don't have enough money to buy a stinking lawnmower. But yet they've got $50,000 in the bank and still collecting money in football games. That's the kind of stuff I have a little problem with. At West Columbus, the only thing that the athletic department gets out of any of it is the gate. And it's about gone the way they've done it. The concession stand goes to the school. And then you have the guys over there cooking all the time. That goes to the agriculture department. So where does the football team get money from?
right.
Hence, part of the problem, part of the reason that West Columbus Athletics is struggling.
But Monty, I'm gonna tell you something now. Evidently, because the concession stands went to athletics when I was there. I don't know why they would not be. Evidently, the principal decides that. Evidently, the principal decides that.
But it depends on, I know like at East, at one time they gave the booster clubs the concessions. The booster clubs had to work it. If, you know, and that kind of, like you said, the principal kind of dictates and people.
Well, the coaches did it when I was there, and that's why the athletics got it.
Right.
The off-season coaches did it.
Right. But what they're doing at some schools is teachers.
Yeah, but why would you cut your own throat as a principal?
Some people.
When you know you're struggling in certain situations, why would you cut your own throat to do that?
The same reason you would cut you would cut off the kill your booster club.
So, we can bring in a report that shows you what's in the accounts by club or activity. So like there's the arts, and the schools have them kind of divided up. When we looked at them last month, each school kind of divides them up differently in terms of, like, one may have visual arts, music and ceramics and all these different things divided up, and then another one has fine arts, okay, and then that's divided up somehow among each group. And then others have athletics as a whole group, and then another school might have baseball, football, soccer, softball. And so we can bring you those reports and you can see how it is, and you can see the amounts that are in them, but it won't tell you where it's spent.
Well, like at West, okay, if the booster club is not, and it's not active, and the school gets the concession stand, so somebody has to put money to that labor. So if we see what West had, we'd have to see what the principal is giving the athletic department. That's what I want to see.
Okay. The other way we can do it also is to say at the beginning of each year that the principals identify for us, how do you divide up your resources? And they put a plan together of how they divide it. So, you know, when they get instructional supply money, how do you divide that among your grade levels or your subject areas? Do you give every teacher $200, or do you give every department $1,000? How do you divide that? How do you divide up your athletic money each school? Do you give each team so much amount of money?
That would be fine, so we can see it up front first, and what they plan on giving each athlete.
But see, Monty, that goes back, like I said, to the principal. When that stuff started with the agricultural department cooking the hot dogs and all the things out there at the ball games, the deal was 25% of the profits went to athletics. Now, all the concession went to athletics because coaches did it. But now that goes back, the principal's got to do a better job. And I'm not talking about West Columbus,
When-
I'm just talking about anybody.
When
They
you
gotta
were
do a
there,
better job
Worley,
taking to your
when you
club.
were there, you had a boosters club too.
Yeah, they gave us $19,000.
Yeah, we gave you $20,000 at end of year to pay for the bus and stuff, and didn't have a question, but it's not like that anymore.
Well, one
Yeah,
thing
but
too
I didn't have a
is
booster club that told me how to spend every dime of it either.
every
Well, I
school
haven't
should have a strategic plan on how they're gonna spend their money throughout the year.
You
You
earned
know,
that.
here at South, Adam's got a pretty good idea, he's been here long enough, he's got a pretty good idea of what he'll bring in for each sport now. You know, years ago, I was told by a former coach that at East Columbus, they just, if they needed it, they just went and bought it. They didn't, you know, they didn't worry about where it come from. If they needed it, they just went and got it. And, you know, just a
So
strategic
let
plan on
us
how we're
work
gonna
on it. Let's see
spend.
if we can come up with a way for you to have that
I
reported.
agree. I
and
agree.
see. And then we will come back to you with what they spent their money on, their 25,000, 5,000, 30,000, it was at East because of having middle school and high school, and let you know what that was.
So we'll know if it's in the savings account or not.
That's right. Yep, yep. Okay, did we approve the amendments? Did we get past that? Okay.
Hold on, computer log.
All right, next item, and I'll do this even though Lisa's name is on it. So last month, the board approved a pay plan structure that we will use going forward. And eventually, our plan is over the course of a few years to get that pay plan in place for everyone. So we have, Cassie, Dr. Cartret, has gone through and worked with supervisors on job descriptions and making sure the job descriptions fit what people are supposed to be doing. And then from those job descriptions, identified a pay grade for that job or that position. And you'll see that under the first item, which is the salary classification. So each position has a pay grade and identifies whether they're an exempt or non-exempt employee. That will then tell us, so if somebody is hired as a plumber 1, we post that position, we know what the pay grade is going to be for that position, and then the person that's hired will be put on that pay grade, and then their step will be determined based on their experience, their education level, and so on, okay? They'll be placed on the pay table at that point. So most of these grades, almost all of them, align to what the state's grade is for a position. So a plumber 1 is a grade 59 at the state. Where the real part of it comes in is whether or not somebody's job is like a technology technician 1, a 2, or a 3. Whether somebody that's a secretary is an office support 1, 2, 3, or 4. What level are they? And so that's where the job descriptions and looking at what the responsibilities are, the level of the task, what the knowledge and skills that are required for that position determines the pay grade. Okay? Does that make sense to everyone? All right, so that's the first thing. So then the next one is, we've never had, in terms of district administration, the district has never had a pay table for district administration. So you'll see a pay table that is based on, the state gives us, for a particular position, it gives you a range. It gives you a minimum and a maximum. For every position except principal, assistant principal, and teachers, and people that are in teacher-like positions, like counselors, media coordinators that just left me like that. Those positions are the same as teachers. They're on a teacher pay table. Every other position, though, the state says, okay, this is your range, a minimum and a maximum for a particular grade or for a type of position. So when you look at the district pay table, we didn't have the directors, the coordinators, associate superintendent, whoever, were not on a pay table. When people were hired into the district office, there was a salary that was determined, And my understanding is, depending on the budget, the salary was determined. So there's a pretty big discrepancy between the pay grade, or the pay of people that are in similar positions. So,
We were hired, and it goes back before me, but when the central office directors, I was single them out, central office directors were hired, they were hired on principal scale. They were hired as a principal 2 or 5 or something like that. And what made a real problem over the years is that when the state started raising principal pay,
They didn't get it right.
they got nothing. So now you've got a huge discrepancy. But I mean, that's just one place. But we were, and we recognized this before Dr. Meadows stepped. She stepped into a mess, y'all. And she's working hard to straighten it out. And a lot of times, by office personnel, clerical, whatever, they were hired and they might have been put on a grade, and they may have gone and got a lot of credentials or whatever, and whereas in a lot of cases you might have got steps, but they might have been bumped a grade. Now your grade is set by basically the responsibilities your job entails. Now, and obviously what happened was you bumped those grades. It created a lot of problems and differences in the pay scales in our central office. Everywhere. That's just central office as an example. And it's creating problems. And I don't mind telling you, in some cases, it's creating morale issues. And the only way to fix it is to create a fair schedule. Lord knows I hate to hijack this, but this is the problem. It just created an unfair situation across the board. And a lot of work has gone through this and to get it straightened out. So if Jonathan is hired as exposition, I know my grade, but I also know if I want to earn more pay, I can earn a step by doing such and such, get my bachelor's degree or master's, doctor, whatever. And it's getting to, this is where we're trying to get to.
Okay,
It'll take a long
but
time.
what we got here, when we see pay grade, that means where they start?
that's their grade. So we'll see. So open the district, if you look at the district administrator pay table.
Okay, pay
Salary schedule.
Salary schedule, I'm sorry, district administrator's salary schedule or the non-certified salary schedule, either one. When you look at a salary schedule, you'll see up at the top on the district administrator, it shows up there, somebody who's a supervisor is an SA1, a coordinator is an SA2, assistant director is a SA3, director 1, SA4, and so on, okay? That's their grade. The steps go along the side in terms of how many steps they get, depending on their experience or their education level, whatever the pay plan designates for where they're placed on
That's a
that
lot
pay
of
table.
steps.
Huh? Well, tell me this.
That's a lot of
Steps
steps.
based on years?
Can be years, but sometimes you'll get an additional step or a couple of steps for an extra degree or an extra credential.
So when do you get moved over, or do you ever, it depends on your classification.
It depends on your position. So if
Right.
your position changes, then you move grades.
Okay.
Okay, so a plumber 1 starts at a 59. If they become a plumber 2, they move
Moves
to
up.
a 62 or something like that.
Okay,
Okay?
that's cool.
So when you look at the non-certified salary schedule,
Let me see that, I haven't get that.
okay, when you look at that, you see the grade up at the top, and it gives you a monthly rate and an hourly rate. Okay, and it tells you the step over to the left. So we have grades that start at 51, or 50 actually, and they go up to 70 something. Okay, that's how many grades there are, and that's not the district administrators. So you'll see a bus monitor and bus driver salary schedule. Same thing. So they're, depending on if they're a bus driver or a bus, the 51B is the
State.
driver or the monitor?
Bus driver.
Bus driver, and the 50 is the monitor. And then you see the steps, okay? Everybody see what I'm talking about on the pay tables or the salary schedule. So if you go to the tab that says current to shrunk scale comparison sample, so this is, we were talking about this last time that you thought 35 was a lot of steps. The pay tables in the past have gone from 0 to 45. So, in most of the time, the step does correspond to years. If nobody ever, they don't go to add any credentials or add any degrees, each year they move up a step.
Question. Do you do yearly anniversary evaluations, or
We do. And
with
so-
everybody?
Well, they're supposed to, everybody is supposed to have an evaluation.
So if they get an evaluation, that's when they get the new step.
That's what's supposed to happen. Now, sometimes the legislature says no step increases. Still, a local board can decide whether to do a step increase, even if the state legislature
Just
doesn't
comes
do
out
a
of
step
local money.
increase. But you gotta have local money for that.
Right.
But anyway, so that's also part of the reason why there has been issue with the table, is that for 7 years or 5 years, something like that, the legislature did not give step increases, so people stayed at the same pay. And so the table had a spot up at the very top of it from like 0 to 7 or 0 to 6. It was the same pay. And then you had to work 7 years before you moved up to the next step. So we're trying to fix all that. So what we did was we moved the table from 0 to 45 to 0 to 35. All right?
Is that on this one?
If you get to 35, you're just going to stay there. That is at the maximum of that pay grade that the state allows us to pay is 35. Each year, the table would be adjusted based on that minimum and that maximum. Now, I will say the county has, for many years, always had the lowest pay above the minimum amount. So it's not, they've been making, their pay was set higher than what the minimum was. And it still is based on what it was. So,
Where did you get the table from? I mean, is this from the state, or?
so the state only gives us
'Cause this
the
is-
maximum and the minimum.
You're talking about going like from 1343 to 1352 in a year. That's how many, that ain't a big
That's
graph.
the way it is right now. That's the current. So the shrunk table is the one next to it. The one shrunk to 35 years. So it still isn't a huge jump, but that's per hour. So it goes up 17 cents an hour.
So that's about
for one step.
1%, yeah.
Okay? And that's how much it goes up along the way. And all we're doing is using what the state will allow us to pay as the minimum and the maximum for that particular pay grade.
So the state's the one that dictates the step?
The state
Increase?
dictates, no, the state dictates
Salary.
the amount that the minimum we can pay and the maximum we can pay for that pay grade.
And you can pay them anywhere in between.
That's right. So what we did was we just divided it equally, took that range and divided it by the 35 steps and
That's
just
right.
equally spread it out, okay? So you see, if you go along here, what will happen if we move to the new pay table, somebody who's of grade 56 and is on step 15, they're making $14.87 an hour this year. Next year, they would make $15.99 an hour.
Over $1 more.
And so their monthly change would be almost $200 change in the month to go to the new pay table.
So
Okay?
that would be an increase for them for that one time, that much?
For that,
Right.
That's right. And then going forward, the
It'll be
difference
less.
between the steps is the same amount, 17 cents basically, for each one as they move up, just dividing it equally. Now, when the state changes the minimums or the maximums, we'll adjust the table with those minimums and maximums and adjust the step based on what those minimums and maximums are. But so the biggest impact obviously is at the top end because it was spread out so much on the top end and we shrunk it down so that it wasn't spread out
If
as
we
much.
were to approve this, would it get everything?
Okay, so if you will go to
Where?
pay plan implementation phases.
Pay plan implementation phases.
So this is our proposal for the board, is for this first year, what we'd like to do is to move all non-certified employees to the shrunk scale. To move just to that new pay table, only move them to that pay table, is $831,000. Okay? The bus drivers, you'll see, is $42,000. We're not including the district administrators in this at this point, just the non-certified. So your secretaries, your teacher assistants, your technology technicians, your transportation custodians, that staff is the non-certified staff, all right? We are recommending also, though, that we move the supplement for certified staff to 8%. Now, I've had conversations with the county manager. He is making every attempt to be able to make that happen for us
Are you
in
serious?
some way.
Yep.
Better take him at lunch.
So we've had conversations,
He's a
and
good guy.
I told him that was our #1 priority, was to be able to do that and be able to sustain it. So whatever they could do to make it so that we could sustain having 8% supplement for our certified employees. So that would be about $800,000 as well. We believe that we can implement phase 1, which would be about 1.6, with the savings that we've had from the school consolidations, increase from the county, in a way to be able to offset that, and be able to make that happen for this next year. And sustain 8% even after ESSER money runs out.
Now, when you did that, all the non-certified would be, from this
So-
point on, it would be good to go.
So their pay table would be good to go. The issue is, and this is phase 2, is that we've got to get everybody in the right place. So we have some people who aren't on the right pay grade. We have people who are on pay grades that are higher than they should be, and they'll be moved, but we're going to hold them harmless. We're going to put them at the step that they are until
But
they
they'll make
move
the
up to
same,
that.
right,
Yep.
okay.
We have some positions that weren't classified correctly and should have been classified a little higher. So we will move those people to their correct pay grade. But we want to do all of that next year. We're just going to leave everybody on their grade that they are right now, adjust the pay table, and make those adjustments. The reason for that is that we need to go through every employee and look at their experience, their education, and place them on the pay table appropriately. We want to do it at the same time. We don't want to move some and then have other people sitting over here that are still wrong. Prepare letters, prepare everything so that at the end of the year, to give a letter to an employee, tell them this is where your pay grade is, this is why it's there, this is where you're going to be on the pay table next year.
I would prefer that you meet with each employee, and in a year's time, you ought to be able to do that.
Right.
Talk
right.
to them personally. I think that'd
If
be
there's
great.
if there's a change, yes, then we would.
But no
do
one
that.
will lose money.
Right.
No.
Right.
That's-
They'll be
you're
held
gonna hold- right.
harmless. They'll be held harmless until they catch up.
Right.
But they would, because, we do have a couple of people that are at much higher pay grade than their position. So,
We did all this 15 years ago, exactly, the same thing.
okay.
Problem is, all these people that are hired, you're basically going to freeze their salary, and over the next 4, 5, 6
Right.
years, they're not going to get a raise. So they're going to come in and say, you aren't giving me anything, but you're giving the one
Yeah.
below me a raise. Now this one's equal to me, and I've been here.
Yeah.
Already been there, done that, heard all that.
Yeah. And there's really no way until you can get everybody where they're supposed to be to do it in any other way without hurting somebody.
Exactly the way we did.
Yeah.
So
And the
anyway.
thing about it, they haven't been getting anything anyway.
Well,
They haven't been getting anything.
yeah.
Well, the thing about it is the ones that are up here, they shouldn't be there. They've been getting something for a long time.
Well, but I'm talking about, they
Right.
still not getting a raise.
Right.
I mean, I'm good with it.
So in.
But
phase-
those are the minority, aren't they?
Right.
Those aren't
right.
but a few.
They're not huge numbers, but there are enough of them out there that we want to do it at the same time so that we make sure that we have everybody placed appropriately. we would implement the district administrator pay table in the second year of the phase. And then the third year, and moving forward, we'd like to try to increase the pay by $1 to be able to get the lowest paid up to that 14, maybe 15, who knows, but to get that number up there so that the lowest paid person is making
I know
$14
Scotsman and
an
Ringwood's higher than $15 an hour.
Yeah.
I'm about to quit the tree.
So this is what we would like for the board to approve. And
Are we approving contingent on additional funding from
County.
county?
I think we can say it that way. So when we get to the ESSER money, I think we could do it even with the ESSER money.
Okay.
So I think we could approve it. My concern is that I want the county to approve the 3% to do what they can, because I want to sustain the 8%.
Right.
I don't want to, at the end of the ESSER money, drop back to 5%.
Pull it back to 5,
I want
right.
us to be able to continue that increased supplement.
Right.
And that's what I shared with Mr. Madden. That was my, the biggest thing that I felt like the board wanted and that we wanted was to be able to move the supplement to the 8% and to sustain it.
Did I hear something, or was it in the middle of a dream one night, that New Hanover's increased above 10% supplement?
I would not be surprised. They gave,
Well, I think they were at 10 and increased to
I think
12.
I saw that in the news. didn't I?
Yeah.
so I believe, I will say that I believe that Whiteville is approving tonight to use ESSER money to pay their 5%, they'll pay their regular 5% supplement in November and then pay an additional 5% in the end of the year to get 10%, but that will end at the end of the 3 years, or the end of the ESSER money. So our recommendation is that we use ESSER money to get to the 10% and pay the extra 2 in order to stay competitive with Whiteville.
Oh, yeah.
But our goal really was to get that 8% and be able to sustain that, because I don't want to just, when the ESSER money runs out, move back to 5%.
Agreed.
All right. Did I explain that okay?
You did a good job.
I understood it, so you did a pretty good job.
All right, so, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the salary classification, the salary schedules for district administration, non-certified staff, and the bus monitor and bus driver, and the pay plan implementation phases.
You've heard the recommendation of superintendent that we approve the salary classification, the district administration salary schedule, the non-certified salary schedule, the bus monitor and bus driver salary schedule, and the pay plan for implementation phases for the next school year. What do you, pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion?
I got ask one, you didn't get clear to me yet. You got
Okay,
clear to me.
let me try.
Okay, the non-certified is 21 and 22. The bus monitor's 21 and 22. And then the directors will be the next.
22, 23.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. And that's why we said the pay plan that we approved last month was over the course of a couple of years, because we knew we weren't going to be able to do all of it at one time. Okay?
Any other discussion?
You ain't got to answer that.
Okay.
No other discussion. All in favor of the said motion, you know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, then the,
Thank you so much. I really think, if for nothing else, helping the district office and helping the non-certified people is really, really important. And
well,
I think
it's
that's-
Dr. Cartret and Ms. Nowlin are the ones that you need to commend, because they have spent a lot of hours and time on, researching, pulling the data, looking at the job descriptions, all of that, and pulling it together. So they really have put a lot into this whole process.
I think
I'm
that's
sure
very
they appreciate
aggressive I said when we did it, every job had 10 pay scales, and it took us 5 years to straighten it out with just 10 levels.
Oh, wow.
So
Wow.
we had a mess though. But
All right, so the next thing is on ESSER funding. And so right now, this is what our plan is, or the things that we've talked about, just trying to share, keep you up to date. We don't have, we're not saying this is specifically what we're doing, all of these things, but these are the things that we've talked about. We need to get estimates on the cost of each of these to determine exactly what we'll be able to do. But summer school, not knowing exactly how much that's going to cost us just yet, but that's a major part. That's what we put in our ESSER 2 plan that we just submitted to the state. That, remember, ESSER 2 was $8 million, and so we submitted for that. We have put in to replace all of the window units in our schools that are, we won't do it at Evergreen, but at schools that are, going to remain. Windows and doors that need for security. Activity buses, trying to do one a year. And then learning loss is obviously a major part of this. Tutoring, technology has to be a part of this. We're thinking probably $1 million a year in some sort of technology. Counseling services, dropout prevention this summer is a major thing to try to get the kids back in that we've lost. Career counseling, continuing with the nursing services, doing our curriculum, continuing on our curriculum path of getting new curriculum in every subject area and grade level over the next, so that we have a curriculum that is to be replaced every 5 years, and it's on a trend though. It's not something that we try to do them all at one time. So we're working on that, and that will be a part of this funding. Updating labs, that's been a big discussion in science and CTE, science especially, just not having lab materials and equipment. So trying to update our labs. Tutoring and recruiter for migrant, the teacher supplement, and if we do the 2% to get us to 10% for teachers or certified staff, we would do the same amount as a bonus for the classified staff. So it would be all staff we'd do a bonus for. And so that's really, you can see the items that are on this document in terms of what we're considering or thinking that we should do with the ESSER money. Our thought is that as much as we can replace that would be, like the window units and putting in new HVAC, that's something that's long-term will be beneficial for us. The activity buses, long-term, things that, aren't yearly replacements. The things that we need to sustain, we will try to make sure that that's somewhere in our budget normally, but maybe use ESSER funds to be able to keep the local in fund balance over this time. If there's something that you all think of that we should be considering with ESSER money, we do have to tie it somehow to COVID. We can be kind of creative in some of that. And I don't even see it on here, but we did talk about like bus cameras.
That's what I was sitting here asking.
We had thrown that out, and then I don't know why it's not listed, but we had talked about doing bus cameras because that would be able to monitor and do contact tracing. So that's what we're trying to find ways to tie what we can to COVID, because we have to, but then try to put in those things that would be more long-term. All right.
And with the expectation that this is very, very fluid. We want a plan, but there's no way, like you've discussed, not knowing where we're going to be next year with COVID, with variants, with all those things. So it's really hard to come up with a hard and fast plan when we have to really kind of just be, we're gonna have to be fluid with. But again, it comes back to making sure that we use this money for non-reoccurring, so like the one-time things. I mean, I am hearing it, my phone is blowing up, different finance officers, different counties, they call us, they called us today, how are y'all doing this, how much are you paying people? So they're doing those comparisons, and a lot of people are using this money fast and hard with supplements and bonuses and things like that, but they're not thinking about the long range of, you know, keeping that up. Like a Brunswick and a New Hanover, they don't have to think about it because they have a base to do it. But some of these other small counties that are trying to compete, and that's, you know, we really were very serious about making sure, like those 8%, we really want to be able to sustain and not just go to COVID funding right now.
You know, I was reading, Lisa, in the Robinsonian, Robinson County got something like $86 million. But now it specified that $26 million was for Indian education. And I said, well, we got Indian education down here, but I bet we didn't get
It didn't specify.
$500,000.
No, ours is not specified at all for Indian education. We have a separate grant for that. So, you know, we're just trying to make sure that all of our special populations that we invest, because some of those are those areas where you're going to get the learning loss. And I mean, we just don't want to leave any population out of our plan. Robeson County, I think, is probably in a special situation with, I'm not sure that that's even ESSER money that they're tying that way. It might just be the grant funding.
Yes, probably.
Now, we do have, there is a, 20% of the ESSER 3 has to be on learning loss. So the summer school, not this year's summer school, but if we do summer school in the future or remediation, those kind of things would come out of ESSER 3, that learning loss portion that has to be.
If we keep on with summer school, we'll be year round.
It won't be long.
You know, it was interesting though, the one thing that they mentioned when they said, well, how do you want to spend your ESSER money? And everybody was talking about that Friday. And they said, everything you do, tie learning loss to it. Every sentence you write learning loss in it.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be okay with it. And
Yeah.
I said, that's pretty
That's
interesting.
true. That's true. So I don't know that you really have to approve that because it's not really a plan yet. So just for
Well, that's
discussion.
about,
Yeah. So I guess we just need a motion for closed session.
I move that Columbus County Board of Education go into closed session for the purpose of discussing information that is privileged, confidential, or not public matter under the General Statute 143-318-11.
Second.
any discussion? All in favor of going into closed session, all in saying aye? Any opposed?
I had it all.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Gold.
Second.
Second by Mr. Long. All in favor of the open session, say aye. Any opposed? We're now in open session.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the personnel action as presented in closed session.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent. We approve personnel action that we did in closed session. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Scrivens.
Second.
Second by Mr. Herring. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, and then as a last-minute item, recommend to approve a request from Barn Hill to burn treetops and stumps from a section of property that needs to be cleared at Cerro Gordo, but can't burn during any school hours.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent about we okay the burning permit for Barn Hill construction on Cerro Gordo campus. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Herring.
Second.
Second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. And for a personal reason of mine, I needed to move the next meeting to June 21st instead of June 14th. I hope that's going to be okay.
Unapproved.
Unapproved.
That's good. I don't have to do it on my birthday then.
Okay.
That's my anniversary. I might not
Would that be
able
at
to
West?
celebrate
Huh?
That'd be at West.
That'll be at West. Yeah.
Right down the road from mine.
that night. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion.
Got a
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of said motion, all by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now adjourned.